All right, we're back. Gonna make some serious progress tonight. Let's see. As usual, I started later than I wanted to. Had a bit longer of a break than I wanted to. I think I wanted to get back here or start up, I should say, by 8. Well, definitely by 8. 8 at the latest. And somehow I just putzed around doing nothing. And then now it's 9:30. So, you know, stuff happens. Let's see. So going by that, I'm going to have to stream until 2 or 3 a.m. I think that'd be fine. I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, the best thing that can happen right now for me is to actually beat the game tonight, if possible. But that might be expecting too much. Because, like, even if I get the next 2 days done, I feel like I'm not quite... Like, the last episode definitely felt like... Or, you know, the last stream. Definitely felt like it was the calm before the storm. So, now the storm being the finale of the story, right? But, like, I don't know if it feels like that. It kind of feels more like we're going to do what we're doing now. It'll introduce the main villain. It'll set things up for the final days. And then after that, maybe we'll get some secret backstory stuff. Maybe some Arcueid stuff, but I don't know. Like, at this point, we really should have gotten more about Arcueid. I couldn't believe he didn't ask more about her. He's like, well, there is more I want to know, but I'm not going to ask her. And it's like, okay, fine. Sure. But yeah, maybe we'll get some more Arcueid stuff. I mean, this is Arcueid route. You would think that you would learn everything in this route about her, but maybe you'd learn stuff in other routes if she was like an enemy, or I mean, I don't know, maybe CL knows something about her that she would never talk about. Maybe seems iffy. But yeah, so I think like these 2 days clear, and then after that's where I'm like concerned. Very, very concerned. And actually, we can see the CGs here. Let's see. This solves nothing. this means nothing. All right. Nope. Oh wait, not that yet. Movie? Although yeah, there's only 2. Ending list. Oh right, the endings. Well, assuming that I mean, they were implying that I was when I did get some of these bad endings. I think around here they implied that it was near the end of the game. So I have to assume that there's only like 12 or maybe 13, but I'll say like 12 bad ends left, and then the rest would be under CL. Is what I'd assume. It's kind of weird that I keep finding... Well, I mean, yeah, I went back to get 2 or 3 of them, so I guess... I was going to say, I'm surprised that I found all these dead ends, but it's like, well, wait. I went back for 2 or 3 of them, so that makes sense. Oh, that's right. I wanted to also look at... the flowchart. I mean, I haven't done anything. But just wanted to check. Yeah, just choices... Although this one was kind of a big one, I feel like. A little bit of a big one, at least. Wait, why does she not have the fur collar? I just realized. At least in this picture. I mean, she does there, but not there. But then she does there. So I guess she, like, took that fur part off when they went into the mall or something. Anyway. Okay, well, we're ready. This night's already about as long as the previous night. Let me see, what was the longest night? Oh, yeah, of course, part 2. Part 1 was also quite long, too. Yeah, so anytime there's a part 2, it's very long. And part 1 is It can be very long as well, yes. Well, this is surprising. Still surprised about this, though. I guess that's what the impulse inversion meant. That this was Shiki's impulse inversion, like his impulse to be the inverse of who he is, of who he wants to be. Maybe? This is my guess. So, like, you know, when they were talking about Arcueid's impulse inversion, it's like, what if she drank blood? Maybe she'd go crazy. I don't know. I already forget exactly the details about what they were talking about her impulse inversion. Anyway. To continue. Also, I got some wine, I think. We'll call it wine. And cheese. For fanciness. And also because I wanted something to drink, but I was like, I'm getting tired of tea. And I don't really want milk if I can avoid it. And I don't want soda. So. This is more like a sparkling wine. Really? I might finish this tonight. It's very easy to drink because it's sweet. It was recommended to me. And I got like some semi-fancy cheese. Kind of feels a little appropriate for this game. Wait a second. I don't know if I like them together. It's sweet on its own. But just barely. But when I put the cheese in, I kind of end up tasting the alcohol more, which I taste the flavorings rather than, ooh, I taste that alcohol. Anyway, here we go.
そこかしこに人の気配がして、ちょっと落ち着かないかな。
だからどうしてこっちの話を聞かないんだお前ってやつは。
Is he tired from walking all day?
そう？私、四季の声はちゃんと聞いているつもりだけど。
そうか。聞こえていて無視しているとなると余計にたちが悪い。
Or is this because she jumped away?
無視もしてないよ。四季の小言に返答すると決まってバカって言われるから黙ってるだけなんだけど。
そうか。それはこっちにも問題があったかもしれないか。
With some deep breaths, I finally get my breathing back in order. It's about 1.5 kilometers from the school to the park. Oh yeah, that's right, he ran here. I thought he was already recovered from that. It wasn't even that long of a run, but I still can't get my heart to stop racing. I mean, if I ran 1.5 kilometers, I'd be freaking exhausted as hell. Like, even though that's probably only a little over a mile, I'd be very exhausted. And supposedly, he has bad endurance. Supposedly. This was stated. But more and more, the game's like, yeah, I went and was awake for 20 straight hours, but whatever. Like, what? I thought you had bad endurance, dude. Like, what? It's not that Arcueid was particularly fast. If anything, she seemed to be going slow by her usual standards. Maybe my anemia is still acting up after yesterday. I don't exactly feel like I'm in the best shape right now. Well, yeah. You, fell unconscious, right? So, yeah.
大丈夫シキ無理しないでベンチで休んだら
そうする体が落ち着いたら町の方に行くからなアルクエイド
I wonder where we're going with this. He won't be able to walk it. I mean, this was after only like what 2 nights of them using his eyes to search, and that was enough to exhaust him beyond belief.
もうシキがやる気になってるのは嬉しいけどまだ時間が早すぎるのよブローブの時もそうだったけど吸血鬼は自分たちの時間でなければむやみに活動はしないものなの
This is also weird. Like, why would she assume this? Why not, you know, start early?
彼らがもっと夜の気配が濃くならないと活動しないからしばらくは時間を潰さないとね
I mean, as long as the sun's down in the city, it should be fine, right? So I'm a little confused. Like, there needs to be more cover of darkness, and it's like, why? Couldn't she have said so earlier? I thought it was obvious. I mean, heck, the fact that they were even going out at 10 p.m. was weird. Like, they were like, oh, we got to go search. 10 p.m. And it's like, wait, I think that this should have been just inferred by the fact that you're starting at 10 p.m. instead of 8 p.m. when the sun is easily way. I mean, supposedly okay, just a reminder. Didn't they say that the sun goes down at 6 p.m. and then 8 p.m. is like at the latest they want him home by? Because by that logic, what possible reason is there that they don't come out until 10 p.m.? Even if the sun was down at 8 p.m., this still seems bizarre. I don't know. It's very odd. Okay, I guess we're gonna relax. Time simply passes. It's so silent. The bright moon tenderly bathes Arcueid in the park in its silver light. Moonlight, huh? I think back to 2 days ago when I was attacked in front of the Tono estate. If only the moon had been this bright back then I might have been able to get a good look at the assailant's face. And then he remembers the assailant who tried to attack him. I jump up from the bench.
シキどうしたの死者でも見つけちゃった
いや、そうじゃなくてとんでもないことを忘れた
Yeah, because he's still... Because in this... So, weirdly, when I go straight to her at night before, when I died, I explained everything. But then here, I guess he gets slow flustered. It takes him, like, basically a whole day before he even mentions what happened, why he's exhausted, that he fought somebody who also has the mystic eyes of death perception. I can't believe myself. What the hell was I thinking? I was attacked on my way home. How the hell could I have forgotten about that?
アルクエイド、俺2日前の夜に変なやつに襲われた。
変なやつってどんなやつ
It was probably the vampire or doppelganger.
それが
Once I've calmed down a bit, I run Arcueid through everything that happened in as much detail as possible.
というわけなんだけど。
After catching her up, I peeked at Arcueid to gauge her reaction. From start to finish, her eyes remained focused, her brow knit in silent consternation.
あの黒い死者とノエル先生、代行者って言うんだな。あの人はお前の敵なのか？
そうね。両方とも私の敵よ。その黒い死者は何者か知らないけど、修道服を着た女のことなら見当はつく。
Weird. You'd think it'd be the other way around. Arcueid narrows her eyes, struck with a foul mood. I mean, obviously the church works for the church, but... Though I'd say there's more to it, beneath her demeanor lies an irritation that pricks at her nerves.
シキを助けた奴は確かに代行者でしょうね。念のために聞いておくけど、そいつ一人きりだった。
And this is the part where she says, they work in pairs of two. No more, no less. Because they're practically cis or something.
ああ、ノエル先生一人だったけど。
Thinking back, I faintly recall her saying that executors work in pairs.
そう。そいつの独断か、あるいは動けない理由があるのか。もう一人があの女だとしたら目障りね。
Apparently she isn't even aware of Mario, though, so that's kind of bizarre. But why would she know... I assume it's CL. I assume. So why would she even know CL?
あいつなら私より先に棺を見つけ出せるでしょうし、先にそっちを潰しておくか。
Why can't you let her do the job? Arcueid's irritation levels are sky high. I'm not really sure why, but she clearly cannot stand Miss Noel's partner. I've seen Arcueid demonstrate hostility before, but I've seen her act with the full intent to kill, but I've never seen her display with such blatant enmity. She must really loathe this woman.
アルクエイドにとってノエル先生が敵だっていうのはわかる。あっちもでも目的は同じなんだから協力し合えないのか。
No, but also, can't you just let her do the job for you?
まあね。場合によっては手を貸してあげることもあるわ。
Oh, interesting.
でも今回は絶対に無理。人間には譲らないし、もし代行者があの女なら、まずそっちを始末してる。
Okay. So, well, going by that, that means Arcueid has been awake multiple times in the last few years. Because remember, there's no reason for me to know that she's awake once every 10 years, once every year, several times a year. Who knows? You know, so it's really weird. But yeah, she has a problem with this Michael, this Michael guy, this Michael vampire, or Roa. That's what they call him technically. I don't know why. We really won't be able to settle this peacefully, huh? It's probably best to abandon the idea of cooperating with Miss Noel. I mean, she almost killed you over nothing.
Okay. あっちとは協力しないんだ。お前がそう言うなら、俺もこれ以上は言わない。理由は聞かないよ。
So, I know this is late to be saying this, but I feel like the music's too high. Guess we'll see if that's fine.
え？うん、ありがとう。なんかシキ、優しくない？いつもならもっとしつこく食い下がってくるのに。
Maybe a little higher? Maybe? I mean, it's more a problem with the sound mixing than the sound itself. Like, I mean, part of the issue is that when they whisper, they actually whisper.
お前が嫌がってるのは分かったからな。
But like some of the music is drastically different too.
でも、ノエル先生との関係とノエル先生の背景については別問題だぞ。いい加減、その代行者ってのが何なのか教えてくれ。
I think that sounds a little better. I think.
そうね。余分な知識だから話さなかったけど、 こうなった以上話しておくわ。以前も説明したけど、上司タイプの吸血鬼は己の存在を隠蔽しようとする。犠牲者を出しても周囲にそれを異常だと気がつかせないよう様々な魔術を働かせる。これどうしてだかわかる？
So they don't get caught by the church?
外敵を呼び込まないためだっけ。派手にやるとやってくるんだろう。吸血鬼退治の専門家たちが。
The poor guys facing off against Vlav proved that point all too clearly. I don't know why you need to prove it when he can literally create fire, but okay. The only thing a vampire fears is a monster of the same caliber.
そう、吸血鬼には天敵がいる。
Other vampires?
それも今ではパワーバランスはあっちの方が上っていう殺し屋みたいな集団がね。
I mean, I wouldn't really call the church members as natural enemies, considering the church didn't exist 2,000 years ago, and they weren't created to kill vampires, so it's not natural. The church was just like, oh, yeah, these are big threats, we better kill them. That's about it.
吸血鬼たちが人間を秘密裏に搾取するのは自己保身のためよ。彼らは社会的な風文ではなく、その天敵に嗅ぎつけられることを嫌って自然に死体を隠蔽する。
それがノエル先生みたいな連中か。吸血鬼たちの天敵って、また化け物じみたのが出てきたな。
As an unremarkable human being, I could do with fewer aberrations, getting mixed up in my day-to-day life.
何言ってるのよ。確かに代行者は人間離れしているけど、彼らはどこまで行っても人間よ。
Okay.
吸血鬼、使徒の天敵というのはあなたたち人間そのものなんだから。
So they are hiding from, like, society? Like, you know, hiding from, you know, they don't want all of humanity to know that vampires exist, and then they could kill them easily, maybe.
天敵って俺たちが。
Yeah, but how many? Well, whatever. Anyway. Even though we're essentially helpless livestock for them to feed on?
もうずっと昔、西暦が始まったばかりの頃。
What's the common era? When is that time period? 1 or 200 years ago, maybe? I don't know.
人間は様々な魔術、神秘学、式典儀礼をもとに組織体系を作り、人間以外の霊長類を排除し始めた。
Well, that sounds like the church. But that would have been 2,000 years ago, I would assume.
その最たるものが聖堂教会、普遍的という名を掲げた欧州の一大宗教よ。彼らは昔から人間でないものを徹底的に淘汰してきたけど、
Well, yeah, vampires
その中でも
kill,
吸血鬼に対する
go out of their way to
敵視
kill
を強化しているわ。
humans. So yeah, duh. Explain why this is weird.
世界中のどんな宗教を見たって、教会以上に吸血鬼を敵視している宗教はない。
Well, that's actually confusing to say it that way. Just call them the freaking Catholics or Christians or whatever. Probably Catholics, which is even more confusing why they would say church if they only mean Catholics. But they're always talking about like the Vatican or whatever and popes. And I'm pretty sure only the Vatican has popes. So, no other religion. I mean, I feel like Muslims would be pretty anti-vampire, but since they're focused in the Middle East, they wouldn't go out and hunt them as aggressively compared to Christianity, since it's all over the world. That's what I would say. I'm trying to think, is there any other big religion? Buddhists probably don't care about vampires, I guess. Is that ever? That's pretty much all the major ones, I think.
あれはね、すでに疲れてる。病的すぎる。この私でさえできるなら関わりたくないぐらいだもの。
And yet you have helped them before. Arcueid sighs in exasperation. Seems she's had her fair share of run-ins with the church. After all, whenever I can help it would imply there are times she can.
で、シキを助けたのはその中でも異端狩りを専門としている連中よ。主の教えを代行するという役割からエクスキューターって呼ばれてる。 教会の矛盾点を法ではなく力で処理する。決して表には出てこない殺し屋みたいなエクソシスト。
I mean, exorcists are assassins. Exorcists, in the conventional sense, would imply that you kill demons. You can say you're assassinating them. It's just a little funny because they're demons, so whatever. Oh no, assassinating? No, they're just killing them, whatever. Or exterminating them, even. But it's weird also that they say they excise those contradictory to their dogma, not through law and order, but through force. No. Actually, I would say through law and order, vampires are fundamentally breaking the laws and order of the church, you could say. So, I mean, order technically is force. I mean, if law is laws and judges, maybe, let's say, then order would be the police, right? And the police do kill people, you know, if they're wildly opposing the law. Yeah, wildly opposing the law. That's right. And I would say vampires are wildly opposing church law of don't kill. Okay. Exorcists, purgers of demons, or vampire slaying priests in this case. I'm so captivated by the idea, I don't even know what to say.
ただの代行者なら可愛いものだけど。
Okay.
これが埋葬機関の代行者になると話は違ってくる。あいつらは使徒を捕獲するためなら手段を選ばない。もし派遣された代行者がそっちだったら、ブローブが暴れる前にこの町は地図から消えていたかもね。
I wonder what that's supposed to mean, considering no city in the modern day has gotten wiped off the map. So, like, what's up with that? Saying that based on zero proof.
ブローブ以上ってそんなに見境なしなのか、そいつらは。
ええ。連中は相手が吸血鬼であるのなら何をしても許される権限を持っている。それは使徒に狙われた町も同じ。まだ人間が生活していようが、すでに汚れた土地ならもろともに焼き尽くす。
Name other cities this happened to.
そのノエルって代行者が今まで何もしなかったのは、私と使徒を同時に始末する機会を伺っていたんでしょうね。埋葬機関にとって人間ではない霊長はそれだけで悪だから。
Arcueid practically spits out the words before beginning to pace around. It feels like this just got a lot more complicated. Not really. She literally already knew that they were around, or that they should be around. Arcueid isn't just targeted by other vampires, she's also hunted by the church. I watch over Arcueid as she wanders to and fro. Under the brilliant moonlight, she looks like a lost child with no place to call home. The hands on the clock steadily press on. Before I know it, a full 2 hours has passed since we came to the park. I'm all rested up and the park has grown totally empty. It's time for the denizens of the night to come out to play, whether they be human or not.
Arcueid, そろそろいいんじゃないか。
そうね。そろそろいいと思う。
Despite what she says, her mind seems occupied by something else.
さっきからおかしいぞ、アルクエイド。昨日乗らないことでもあったのか？
そういうわけじゃないけど、シキが話してくれた黒い使者のことがちょっと引っかかって。
Her usual enthusiasm is nowhere to be seen. Just as I'm about to ask her what's bothering her, she breaks the silence.
あ、そういえばね、シキ。私、昨日ここでナンパされたのよ。
はい？
Talk about mood whiplash. This girl's got all the consistency of a kaleidoscope.
ごめん、 ちょっと意味がわからない。
だから昨日ここで式を待っている間、男の人に声をかけられたって言ってるの。
いや、何が起きたのかはわかるんだが、お前黒い死者について考え事してるんじゃなかったのか？
してたわよ。だから思い出したの。式が襲われたみたいに私も男の人に声をかけられたなって。
なるほど、そりゃよかった。確かに外見だけならお前は美人だからな。まっとうな感性と驚嘆に値する胆力を持つ男なら声の一つぐらいかけるさ。
やっぱり私も最初は敵かなって思ったんだけど、式が言ってたじゃない、私はいるだけで目立つって。だからしばらく出方を伺ってたらただの人間だって分かったわ。まさに間一髪ね、あの人。ほら、昨夜の私、誰かさんのおかげでちょっとイライラしてたから。
ちょっと待って、まさかとは思うけど、ナンパしに来た男をだな。
何もしなかったよ。ちょっとだけ話して私のことを忘れてもらっただけだから。その式の言葉を思い出さなかったらどうにかしてたかもしれないけど。
そうか、偉いぞアルクエイド。お前にも分別ってものがあったんだ。
当然でしょ。私を怒らせるなんて式ぐらいのものだもの。他の誰にも私を殺したり助けたりしてくれる人はいないんだから。
Her voice is clear and full of trust. I'm losing track of how many times that carefree smile of hers has caught me off guard.
そりゃまあ、誰だって殺されれば頭にくる。
I manage a response and avert my gaze from Arcueid's wandering. A month ago, back when there was no serial killers to worry about, this park would be filled with young couples and students hanging out on their way to home. Now it's just the two of us, and for just this moment, vampires and lines of death are on the back burner. Here we are, idling around a moonlit park like it was the most natural thing in the world.
あ、ねえ、ほら。
I glance up when she calls out to me.
なんだよ、何かあった？
ほら、あの時計。これでちょうど時間になったね。
Arcueid points at the park's clock with a satisfied smile. She's right, it's exactly 10 o'clock. The time we promised to meet. A promise that I broke. And here we are, in the very place where I left her all alone. The words seem stuck in my throat, though I can't say why. Why did such a small thing make my heart skip a beat? Why does such a small thing make her look so happy? I really don't know. We spent the entire day walking around town together, and I never once felt like she was some terrifying vampire.
一つ聞くけど。
Stop this, Shiki.
何？
お前ってさ。
Don't bother with such meaningless bullshit.
私が何？
本当に吸血鬼なのかなって。
What sort of answer are you expecting, idiot?
吸血鬼なのかって。シキ、今さら何を言ってるの？
今さらじゃない。今になってそう思ったんだけど。
I avert my eyes.
シキって頭が柔らかいんだか硬いんだか。私は気にしないけど、それってひどい侮辱よ。何を根拠にそんなことを言うのか聞かせて。
What indeed? I don't have anything to base it on, but she hasn't proven that she's a vampire either, which is why.
お前は血を見るのも嫌なんだろう。そんな吸血鬼がいるもんか。 自分で半人前だと言ってたけど、血を吸ったことのない吸血鬼なんて半人前以下だと思う。
You know that isn't true. That's stupid to say. Why would they say that? What? You know that isn't true. Why? You just don't want her to be one. Except that she called herself a half vampire, and she doesn't do any things that vampires do. So, what?
ならシキ、ベンチから立ってこっちに来て。
Arcueid's voice is flat and emotionless, even though it didn't sound flat or emotionless. I get up and walk over just as she says. Our eyes meet. A mere 2 meters separate us. And then, Arcueid lets out a deep sigh before seemingly forcing a smile.
そうだよね。私も本当はそう思ってたんだ。果たして、アルクエイド・ブルーンスタッドは本当に吸血鬼なのでしょうかって。
Thank God. Tension leaves my shoulders as I sigh in relief. I was so afraid that my question would have hurt her feelings. But Arcueid shrugs it off like a joke. We're all good.
だよな。アルクエイドはどう見ても吸血鬼らしくない。
じゃあ、試してみよっか。
Arcueid flashes me a smile filled with mischief.
ああ、そうだな。なんなら
私が本当に血を吸えるのかどうか試す。もしできたら何かご褒美くれる？シキ。
Ever so slowly, Arcueid approaches me with a mischievous grin. The sound of her footsteps reverberate through the air. The woman in white closes in on me. We both know it's just a joke. I know it's just a joke, yet I can no longer move my body. I can't even say it. It isn't her power that prevents me from speaking. I seem to have swallowed the word of my own accord. She's still approaching me, even though she's literally 2 meters away and it would take like 4 steps, but okay. Step by step, bit by bit, her advance is unceasing. I'm paralyzed, utterly enraptured by her lush lips as they inch ever closer.
シキは私のことを半人前だって言ったけど。
Her sweet voice echoes around the back of my mind. One last footfall, tap, she's come to a halt in front of me.
本当はね、血を吸うのなんて簡単だよ。
Her voice hums against my ear. This looks really stupid considering that her teeth aren't sharp right now, but I guess we'll see. Her fingers, her weight presses into my shoulders, into my entire being. My senses, my mind drown in the cacophony of my beating heart. I want her. I fight to suppress the desires that rage within my chest. It takes everything I have to keep still, to keep my trembling left arm from reaching around her back, to stop my starving right arm from pulling her close. I want her so bad, so irresistible, but even so, I can't allow myself to desire her. Because everything is different from last time. It's stronger, more intense. Even the thing I crave is fundamentally different now. I don't want to kill her. If it's a different impulse that's driving me insane here, then I shouldn't sully her courage with something so vulgar. Clenching my jaw so hard I might shatter my own molars, I swallow the feeling bubbling within me. The struggle lasts no more than a second. During that time, Arcueid neither moves nor flinches. A chill runs through my spine. It's just a joke. She's just having some fun at my expense. And why does her breast feel so hot against my neck, like a fever fanning a flame beneath my skin? I try to say her name, but I shut my mouth before I can finish. Speaking now would be a rejection of my faith in her. It's over anyway. Any moment now she'll pull back with a loud laugh and be back to regular old Arcueid. She'll smile and say there was no way she'd drink my blood. Instead, her weight shifts against me. Her soft touch turns sharp as the sting of her nails presses into my shoulder. Her pale fingers tremble as she clutches at me. She's scared. My own thoughts don't register fear, not yet anyway. They're pure, blank nothingness. But Arcueid is trembling more and more. Her breast grows ragged. Arcueid's breast is nearly flush against my skin, yet she feels so far away. I can't see her face, but I can feel her breath on my neck, her weight as her trembling body clings tighter and tighter onto my own. Her slow, labored breathing grows increasingly rapid until I can feel the heaviness of her desperate panting against my flesh. Unable to help it anymore, I'm forced to call out to her. Her voice trembles, but her body no longer shakes, and her fingers grip my shoulders with newfound ferocity. I wince from the pain. Even though I don't wish to move, my body reflexively desires to get away from her. Okay, I don't know why that would blank out. Arcueid's grip doesn't weaken. Her nails dig into my flesh like a vice, firmly locking me into place. Her grip doesn't loosen at all. This is bad. It's wrong. But who is it taboo for? Alarm bells ring out in my mind. My body pushes back with everything it can muster. But I'm too late. Everything is too late. Since when? Now or 5 minutes ago? A day ago? Or perhaps from the first time we met? Her heavy breaths reverberate past my neck and into my brain. They convey her arousal like a wave of cascading neurons. An echo of crude instinctual longing strokes my earlobe. There's no need for brute strengths. Her honeyed voice is enough as it carries the words. My flesh and spirit melt away under her. The fact that I know that she's not a vampire just kind of maybe ruins this moment. But it's not like I know what a true ancestor is either. I just, I'm just like acknowledging this. The story has went out of its way to call a true ancestor different from a vampire. You would think a true ancestor would be like one of the first vampires, but not really, I think, as far as I know. Against the nape of my neck, I feel a mad, desperate sigh, and in that moment, my sanity collapses. It's a primal fear, an unassailable power, a law unto itself, a being with whom I could never share an understanding. Its eyes swirl like tempests, its maw is lined with jagged peaks. This deflection of raw power, cold and unyielding as a waterfall, forbids all exchange of thought. The thing that's about to sink its fangs into my neck is not the woman I know, but the barest essence lurking within her core. And I've been returned to the natural order, to the primordial state from whence we all spawned. I can't do anything. I can't move a single muscle. She's going to devour me. So this is what it means to become prey. Before a being of this magnitude, humans are mere drops of water waiting to be gulped. Its fangs pierce my skin. Fear is all I know. And then this is all in my mind, 'cause yeah, no shit. I scream, loudly enough to notice how pitiful I sound. In that moment, I'm not sure if I imagined it, but it felt like Arcueid stopped just as I screamed. Yet before I can check, a violent noise whistles past us, and Arcueid is knocked back as if blown away by a gale of wind. I don't know what that's supposed to imply. Like, are you implying that she hit her, and that if it hadn't hit her, then I don't know. I mean, clearly she's implying that, like she said, it's all or nothing. So, like, if that hit doesn't kill Arcueid, then she's screwed, I guess. Well, we knew she was around. She said she follows us. Nell comes to my side, but her eyes remain fixated towards where she launched Arcueid. Arcueid is okay. Despite having been launched a good 10 meters, that's nothing. She doesn't have a scratch on her. She seems dazed, as am I actually. I don't know what I should be doing. I can't even think straight. But before I can collect myself...
あれを追い返したら次は君のだから。悪いけどそこでおとなしくしていてね。
You'll be next. Okay. Walls of shimmering white light spring forth. Before I could even realize it, Noel had planted 3 blades in the ground around me. The light stretches between each sword, pivoting off the blades and trapping me within the triangular prison. I feel like this would only work on vampires?
師匠譲りの奇跡発見、聖堂よ。あ、くれぐれも壁には触れないようにね。触ったら使用の柱になっちゃうから。まあ君の手が塩化しようが私にはどうでもいいんだけど。
I don't believe this? What? Like, oh yeah, don't touch that or you turn to salt. What?
それより今問題なのは
Arcueid slowly pulls herself up. She eyes me in the newly constructed prison, then turns her attention to the nun at my side.
問題は不意打ち食らっても無傷の怪物よね。
Well, apparently she views Arcueid as a vampire, I guess. I don't know why you wouldn't, like, acknowledge, like, this is this type of vampire, and this is this type, and this is, but they, I don't know.
私程度の鉄砲作用じゃ通らないってわけ。対向者。
Arcueid's demeanor shifts. She's getting killed now. I really doubt that she's going to be able to survive this. There's something off about her eyes. They swirl with malice, threatening to pierce the nun's heart.
何してるの。
I'm gonna skip through the dialogue. Oh, Mario! What about Mario, though? I don't know how Mario... as far as I'm aware, Mario is new to this game. He wasn't in the original version, but I could be wrong. I'm really annoyed with her talking. She leaps at Arcueid unnaturally, like she was given a push in the back. It's no contest. There's a 0 chance of getting to Arcueid with a move like that. Arcueid rushes at her, palms wide open as if preparing to swat a fly. What the hell? How could she possibly have blocked Arcueid's attack after such a half-hearted charge? Mario's casting a support spell, maybe? That's my best guess. I know Mario has like strings, but I don't know exactly how he can use them. Not far from me, I hear someone speaking, the sound of their voice contrasting oddly with their choice of words. Though I might not be able to move my body, I can at least turn my gaze. There, I spot him. It's Mario! It's me, Mario! The same foreign kid I met outside the Tono Mansion the other day. Yeah, there is a string. I only know him from the fighting game. Well, each of his hands is outfitted with some kind of gauntlet. So maybe he's like holding Arcueid back, so it's like weakening her, but she's still able to fight really well. Her fingers, his fingers undulate, producing a mechanical clack with every switch. The noise reminds me of an old-fashioned typewriter. Wait a second. The sounds low again. You must be talking to me, but what do marionettes have to do with this? What are the dolls you sometimes see during the street performances, where the performer strings them up and makes them look live? Guess it's time for words to do the talking. That was one hell of a fight, was it? We didn't see it. Arcueid is still heaving with exhaustion when the nun flees, but she finally has the time to look towards the barrier of light, towards me. Her eyes shine a bright crimson. Her breathing is ragged and her back is arched like a predator, ready to pounce at any moment.
ひでえもんだ。そこいらのグールと大差ねえじゃねえか。それでも最後の真相かよ、姫様。ラウレンティスのジジイが見たらさぞ失望するだろうぜ。
Maybe. I feel like to regain her power, she's going to have to drink blood, maybe. But I don't know. So she's the last of the true ancestors. Is she? No, I mean, I wonder why, how that happened, you know. Sanity returns to her eyes. Seeing his chance, the kid steps closer to Arcueid.
お初にお目にかかる。東方慰問司祭代行マリオ・ジャッロ・ベスティーノだ。
Eastern mission? Okay. I guess he's in charge of China too, maybe.
役職の高さには突っ込まないでくれ。言いたくねえが、ジジイの何人目かの便宜上の養子ってやつでね。
そう。この国の代行者の司令塔。
ああ、赴任したばかりだがな。親の七光だろうと役職は役職だ。俺の島で勝手はさせねえ。特に真相が間落ちする不始末なんざ。
A true ancestor lose herself on my turf. I don't know what that means. Arcueid's will to fight seems to have been snuffed out like a candle. Though that might actually be fear reflected in her eyes? I don't think so.
ようやく自覚したか。このガキの血を吸って殺そうとしたんだよ、あんたは。
No.
真相だなんだと選ぶっておいても、所詮は吸血種だな。同族である吸血鬼を滅ぼして回ろうが、同じ怪物であることに変わりはねえってわけだ。
It's weird that he's like, you ancestors, even though she's apparently the last ancestor? Like, how's that work into this?
違う。私は四季を殺そうだなんて思ってない。
何かまととぶってやがる。殺意の話じゃねえだろ。生態として当然の話だろ。いるだけで迷惑な生き物だって自覚はどこに行った。このガキがあんたの本性を見てどんな声を上げたのか。
I assume this is
理
going to
解
be
でき
another
なかっ
choice.
たわけじゃねえよな。
But it's stupid to say intent means fuck all. Like, actually, intent means everything, but alright.
本気で我が目を疑うぜ。痛いところを突かれれば逆ギレか。ジジイ曰く冷徹な兵器だって話だったが、まるっきり不出来
Yeah,
な
I
人
can't
間じ
follow
ゃね
what this guy's talking about.
え。まあいい。その目、その狂眼をあんたはそこのガキに向けたんだよ。ぜいぜいとみっともなく男にこびる娼婦みてえにな。その時の感想を本人に聞いてやろうか。
So I guess we're not going to run into the main antagonist, I guess. The boy, Mario, turns my way. His gaze pierces my chest, momentarily taking my breath away. Despite his foul tongue, he does have a certain righteousness to him. Despite his foul tongue? I mean, you can have any language you want and still be righteous sounding.
出番だぜ、トーノ。感想を聞かせてやれ。
Well, considering he actually wanted to kill Arcueid, they're like equal, technically, in how they both want to kill each other. Technically.
僕、危うく一口で食べられるところでした。ちびりそうなぐらい怖かったですってな。
Why would he... See, this is stupid. This isn't a writer thing. Oh, I felt like I was gonna get swallowed whole. Like, that's weird that you knew the precise visualization that he had inside of his head. Like, how would you know that? More than anything, I want to scream at him and tell him he's wrong, but I stop myself short. Denying it would be the same as lying. I was scared shitless. Passing it off as anything less would hurt Arcueid more than a lie ever could. But just say, well, I was stopping myself from killing her, actually. There is hurt in Arcueid's eyes as she averts her gaze.
司祭代行の言う通りです。下がりなさい、吸血鬼。あなたのような怪物が人間と共にいるなんて。
How about fuck them? They also trapped you in something that can turn you into salt, apparently. How about not be on these guys' side?
力に任せて人間を従わせる。
Okay. Oh wait, no, I don't know. They're assuming a lot, as usual.
吸血鬼らしい下びた考えだけど、そうはさせないわ。私たちに感謝しなさい、四季君。危うく吸血鬼にされるところだったんだから。
Also, I have to wonder what being bitten by a true ancestor would be versus getting bitten by an apostle. Because the apostles, I mean, I don't even know if they can choose to make somebody a higher vampire or not. But regardless, like, okay, even if you're right under an apostle's strength, you're still basically an apostle at best. But Arcueid, like, I mean, obviously you would think that she couldn't make you a true ancestor. But, like, would she make you an apostle or something? I don't know. No, you're wrong. Sure, I was scared. I can't deny that. But that's not what was happening. I never once felt forced. She always respected my free will. She didn't force me into anything. I was with Arcueid because I want to be, not because anyone told me to.
いきなり出てきて全部わかってるようなことを言って。アルクエイドは血を吸ったことなんて一度もない。
And then they're going to be like, actually, we can prove that she's drunk blood before. You naive child, or whatever.
何を言っているんです？一度も血を吸ったことがないですって。そんなザレ事を信じろ。
It's worth noting that these guys have never had a conversation with Arcueid, so why would you believe them?
確かにそこの神祖は優秀よ。ここ800年ほど犠牲者を出した記録もない。
Wait, what?
けどそんなのは
Not a single casualty in 800 years, but that's only what?
うるさい。そんな話なんてどうでもいい。
That's just, you know, whatever. Sure, she hasn't killed yet, but it's only been 800 years. Like, okay.
いいか。アルクエイドの邪魔をするなら、あんたらが何であろうと許さない。
Oh, that's true. We can cut through the lines to escape this, can't we?
大体俺が。
Although it might be a little
俺
difficult.
本人が好きでアルクエイドと一緒にいるんだ。外野にとやかく言われる筋合いはない。
はあ？許さない。
See, they don't even know his power. Don't know shit. Noelle's voice is laced with an emotion I can't quite place. She's pathetic, that's what she is. A fraction of the malevolence she'd been directing at Arcueid shifts my way. Still gripping her sword, she approaches me until...
おい、豚ノエル。はあ？豚って言いました？どこが？どうして？っていうかあなた口悪すぎ。お偉いさんのボンボンだからってあんまり調子に乗る。
Okay. The nun lets out a strange yelp and starts hopping up and down, while her hostility disappears like a leaf on the breeze. I'm starting to understand what the power balance is like here. I mean, I thought we already knew this, but okay. We already know the power balance, okay.
うちの脳筋がちゃちゃ入れてマジすまん。チキンのくせに沸点低いんだこいつ。後で焼き入れとくから多めに見てやってくれ。
What's that supposed to mean? She'll get hers later, what?
だが
Punish her for doing what?
バカはバカなりにいい言葉を引き出した。一度も血を吸っていないとは泣かせるじゃねえか当の。なあ、そうだろ。アルクエイド・ブリュンスタット。
What they don't know is that Shiki actually doesn't particularly care. Like, yeah, he's went in detail about how it would be nice if she never drank blood, but he's also explained that even if she had drunk blood, he'd still be doing the exact same thing. It's been stated, but okay.
アルクエイド。
Arcueid doesn't answer. She just hangs her head and bites her lip. It's as if she's acknowledging that what he says is true.
あと訂正な。 このガキにかけた結界は捕まえるためじゃねえ。今ここに
Yeah, shut up,
この意味。
No, you just told me that if I touch this barrier, I turn to salt. Fuck you. Arcueid lifts her head. I'm sorry. She barely whispers the words. The next moment, she's fled into the dark of night. Dramatic. I knew this would happen. Just was hoping it wouldn't be like all overly dramatic. Okay, well, let's just get through this night. I find myself shouting. Looking up at the moon, I move my glasses so I can see the lines. Son of a... Yep, cuts them. That's gonna make them question what's going on. With a single slash, I kill 2 of the swords, keeping me captive. My thoughts are a mess. Those fangs that almost... my own screaming. These outsiders and their self-righteous garbage. I can't deny it, though. Deny it, but... If all she can do is run away with that pained look on her face, wouldn't that mean these jerks are right? Says an 8-year-old. Get the fuck out of my way, idiot. The kid Mario doesn't block my path, but he does call out to me before I make a run for it. You guys are the ones who never talk to anybody, so... Crude as they are, his words snapped me back to reality for whatever reason. By pure chance, they struck me right where they needed to. But it's just as he says. What point is there in telling a lie that even I don't believe? The kid is right. It'll only end up hurting Arcueid and destroying me in the process. What are you talking about? What is it? It says it will only end up hurting Arcueid. What will? What? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Taking a deep breath, I suppress my need to chase after Arcueid. That's bullshit. Shelving my distrust for the time being, for some reason, I bow my head to the 2 of them. No. And I will skip your whole dialogue. No. Mario saunters over to one of the park benches. Swallowing a deep breath, I follow after him, and I'm about to skip his entire dialogue. Honestly, I'd rather chase after Arcueid with everything I've got, but in my heart of hearts, I know it won't solve anything, even though it will totally maybe solve something. And I have a feeling he knows that what I should be doing instead. He's just gonna tell you not to do anything. What are you talking about? Shut up, you. He saw right through me. Much like Noelle, this kid is far from ordinary. What? She saw right through me? I don't know what that means. I'm not gonna let his guard down. No. Okay, we're skipping through this. I know everything about the church. I don't need to know anything about you losers. None of you matter. Yeah, we know what a vampire is. You try to kill everything. You hate vampires. They're nothing but monsters. Deadly monsters that will kill a human if you let them. You're so naive, Shiki. Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Crap. Comedic shit with this nun girl that I hate. What? The guy you're dealing with is an old type of vampire? What? What's that mean? What? What? Okay, then you must... I guess I'm just going to read this now since it feels like plot. Then you must have also heard that they possess an imperfect type of immortality. I don't know what that means. Dead apostles need to drink blood in order to maintain bodies.
そうだ。けどさ、それって結局不老不死とは言えねえよな。不老不死ってのは完全のイメージだろ。
それは
Yep. If you drink blood, you're immortal. But if you don't, you die. Sounds weak to me. Like, no. That's really stupid to say that. We don't even know how often they have to drink blood. How about the fact that maybe they could go to sleep for hundreds of years and then wake up and, yeah, just drink some blood and I'm good to go. What a pathetic organism. They need to ingest energy to survive. Nope, you don't have a point. Outside causes like what? It depends. Oh, now I won't die from 99% of what normal humans die from. Don't get disease. Don't get physically harmed in any major way. Oh, but now you died from the sun. Now you need to drink blood. This is like no different than I gotta drink water. How's this any different? Maybe they have to drink blood as often as you need to drink water. Wow, what an imperfect organism. We're gonna just, yeah, philosophizing bullshit.
奴らは自身が学んだものを吸血鬼になっても
The principle
その
thing.
人の命題真の不老不死これを原理結界イデアブラッドと奴らは呼んでいるまこの原理のため使徒たちはそれぞれ全く別の目的で活動する
Dead apostles.
学んでいたも
I
の
think
が
there's
一人一
13
人
dead
違う
apostles,
か
so
ら
they each have their different principle.
デーダそんな人たちの中にああ使徒たちは吸血鬼になった時点でそれが人の身でのだがなこんな不完全なものはいらない自分はもっと完全な不老不死を作り上げるなんてなだが形がある以上滅びは必然だ時間の圧迫細胞の摩耗生命は生まれ出た時点で死を内包している自分がここにある以上たとえ年を取らない肉体を持ってしまってもそん死から逃れるというこの絶対の矛盾はどうしても解決できない問題だ
Well, that's not true. What about ghosts? I'm pretty sure ghosts exist in this world.
そうだなない奴がいるとしたらそれは
Even Arcueid can be killed during the daytime. Nothing in this world could be entirely deathless. Well, that's stupid to say that, though. Considering that, she can only die in the daytime because of your ultra god eyes.
ああ存在の死からは逃れられそこでなそいつは寿命を伸ばす方法ではなく
Live
それ
after
こそが
death,
不老不
like
死
a
で
ghost.
が今の自分が死んでも
Reincarnation.
自分を保存できたままで
Yeah, we know what
最
reincarnation
も
is.
消滅していない
輪廻転生って
そうだそいつは存命している間次そいつの情報はその赤子が成人ないし自己としての知性を持つまで影を潜める、
Okay.
そして自分を引き継ぐにふさわしい知性が育まれた段階でその赤子はそいつになっちまうのさ
I'm struggling to think of a way in which this isn't Shiki. Like, this entirely sounds like Shiki's the one, this new host for this vampire to take over. Like, that's just like, how else would this come into importance in the story, right? But I don't know, like, I mean, right? Because, like, well, how does he even do that? How does he put in the information so they transform into a vampire later? I don't know.
ちょっと待ってくれそれって何かまさか赤ちゃんが
Well,
母
it's
親の
still
中
no
にい
mother's
る
belly?
いや、医学的な手段じゃないそいつは今の肉体が滅ぼされた瞬間にあらかじめ決めておいた体に転生するこの場合電波を発信するのも受信するのも人間の脳になるそいつの優れたところはな魂なんていう計測不能にして肉体という器がなければ無産マリオ
Wait a second, Mario.
ああ
Yeah, you got it. This is the vampire that boasts true ancestor princess and the church are chasing. We already know this. That's why you're talking about this. Roa. Wait, the dead apostle, now dubbed the Serpent of Akasha, and also dubbed the Infinite Reincarnator.
脱皮して新しい体になるってのはこいつにはぴったりの属。
それが
A reincarnating vampire. The mere thought prickles my skin, but now I finally know what we're up against. Not really, despite Arcueid's reticence.
しかしここからが問題でね。姫様はもともと吸血鬼を殺すための装置だったんだが、ロアが現れてからは奴だけを執拗に追いかけるようになっちまった。
What does this entire sentence mean? The princess, which by the way we have no idea what the princess, what is she the princess of, you know? She never mentioned who Arcueid is, by the way. I would have read it if it showed up even for a second. See, it's weird. So right here it's Castellan, but yeah. Oh yeah, so yeah, he doesn't want to talk about true ancestors. Unsurprising. So first they're calling her a princess. We don't really know why, especially if she's the last true ancestor. It's like, okay, you can't really be the princess of a race that no longer exists, but alright. She was originally devised as a weapon to kill vampires? What do you mean devised? How was she devised? Do you mean created as a weapon to kill vampires? After Roa showed up, she became single-minded in her pursuit of him. When did he show up? How many centuries ago? We don't know. Why is she single-mindedly in pursuit of him? We don't know. 16 times. Oh. I see. So she's killed him every time. That's a pretty big deal. That's pretty major. Well, I would assume that if Shiki kills him, then he's dead for good. Well, then he won't be killing more people.
その度に転生し、またその年数、あの姫様に相手の肉体ではなく、その意味を消滅させられるような力があれば、あんなクソ野郎を。
If anything, the bigger question is why you wouldn't capture him, but I guess he could probably kill himself. But it's weird that when he says it's been 800 years, because that would imply that they were both born around the same time or something? Pure disdain seems to underpin every syllable. Maybe I'm imagining it, but I get the feeling he had a thought or two about Roa. Yeah, who's Roa? What's going on with this guy? Ooh. We done here?
待てよ、トーノ。ここまでのはサービスだ。いい知らせと悪い知らせ。もちろん、ここまでのはお前にとっていいニュース。
Not really. You haven't said anything important. So explain what's next, I guess. Something's important.
ロアの厄介なところは、その発見が極めて困難なことだ。何しろれっきとした人間の子供として生まれ、ロアが吸血鬼として肉体と意識を変貌する。その人間は吸血鬼としての片鱗を全く見せない。教会が異変に気がついた時はすでに手遅れ。
Well, the city right now isn't a necropolis right now. And apparently he's here. And apparently the church still hasn't dealt with him yet. At this point, I can't even nod along as he tells his story. Frozen Steph really don't like where this is going.
どうしたとの顔。
いや、おかしいだろ、それ。生まれた時は人間なんだろ。なら、いくら前世の人格とやらが目覚めても。
No, well, no, because they turn into to vampires. They already explained this.
一度神祖に血を吸われた人間は、その肉体のみならず、魂まで汚染される。
Anyone who's ever had their blood drunk by a true ancestor doesn't just have their body tainted, their souls are blemished for all eternity. This sounds more like a church-ism, not like an actual explanation about what's going on.
ロアは魂という情報すべてを次の自分。
Yeah, the soul transfer.
ロアが目覚めた時点で肉体も吸血鬼。
Yeah, we already know that. But what?
遠野の言う通り、それではちょいとばかり弱い。
Why?
転生先の肉体が平凡なものなら、その代のロアは無能な吸血鬼。
So he wants to transfer into somebody with magic, I guess. So theoretically, if he does it right, then he's transferring into maybe a strong mage who would maybe be able to beat Arcueid, probably.
だからロアは生きているうちに転生先に選ばれる一つは富豪であること。社会的地位も高く。
See, oh my gosh, it sounds just like
そして
Shiki.
もう一つ。これが肝な魔術のような学んで
Yeah, we're
習
talking
得す
about
る神秘ではな
mages.
く、生まれついてその肉体が持ってしまうと一般に超能力者。鬼ごと差別される。
Okay, I have no... This is stuff he's just making up. I've literally never heard of anybody being called a paranormal or demon spawn in the entirety of this entire franchise.
得意能力ってのは肉体的なものだからな。家系、血筋で遺伝する。富と名声があり、それが転生先に選ばれる条件ってわけの。理解してくれたか？
Nope.
当の四季君。
Oh my god, he's smiling. Is there only one family? Is there? I hear a hollow, dry noise. It's coming from me. Nani? Me or Akiha?
今回の転生先は男子です。それは証言が取れています。権代のロアは
Oh yeah, this is where we explain. Well, luckily, I already know that there's another kid. But the kid is not technically related to us, but nobody else knows that. They just know there's an older son in the Tono family. But they don't know how old he is or anything. That's right. Mario actually came to their house looking for the older son, but nobody knows. Like they're not aware of, as far as we're aware, they're not aware of an older or younger son. They're just saying the elder son. You know, it's weird. It's weird. That actually makes me wonder if the bandaged guy in the mansion right now is the eldest son, then. It'd have to be, right? Right? It'd have to be. He's very suspicious. Because where else would the eldest son be, right? We don't know how much older he is, so there's that, but still. And then Akiha's not, like, acknowledging this situation, so that's annoying. But yeah, these guys don't know that there's two sons. In fact, technically, I wouldn't know if not for when I broke into the father's study. And then there's all the flashbacks, to be fair, where we see another kid that Akiha and Shiki played with. Oh, older son? I don't understand a word she's saying. Doesn't that mean Arcueid's enemy is actually me? Well, the problem with saying this, though, is Shiki is not a vampire right now, because you would turn. It's not like he would be turning from a vampire or from a human to a vampire and back to human constantly or something. So logically, even though they're implying this, it's like, well, I'm not Roa, and Roa's been killing people also. So, you know, even if you want to claim that Shiki, oh, he's so crazy that he's actually Roa and he doesn't realize it. Like, no, seems very unlikely considering he used to travel home to, you know, far away from the city before this, and also, like, yeah, like, yeah, it'd be a full-time job to actually be this Roa guy. You can't just be like, ooh, a few 4 or 5 hours per night I transform into a vampire and do vampire stuff, and then I go back to bed, and seems unlikely. Also, he literally fought Roa, I'm pretty sure. I mean, unless it was just a familiar of Roa that was very much like Roa, I don't know. This isn't how things played out this time. Okay. So, okay. Hi? So it's not me.
はあ？私たちの報告書ちゃんと読んでもう 100% 間違いなくどの式がロアンなのに。
That's annoying. Because why would... So they're just saying it's me because I'm part of a strong lineage, I guess? But it's weird because there's other rich people in town, and if they had powers, logically you'd want to keep them secretive. So, like, how would you even figure it out, you know? Oh, here is 100 rich people, and not all of them leave their house. Shocking, you know? Like, how did you guys even figure out it was the Tono household?
なら前提が間違えてんだよ、このお布施泥棒が。俺は悪名高き人間使い。何のために事情聴取したと思ってんだ。10分も話せば人となりもその心理も読み取れる。
Oh, maybe they're thinking like, well, maybe he was acting human or something, I guess. I don't know.
こいつはまあ、まっとうにイカれてるが、同じくらいまっとうな人間だ。
Can vampires actually act this human, though? Yeah, maybe. But still, I think Arcueid can sense vampires. Maybe these guys can't sense vampires?
吸血鬼の魂がプリントされた人間にこんな情けねえ反応はできねえよ。
If you say so. Yeah, he wanted to know if I was Roa's host. I mean, I'm glad to be cleared of suspicion, but that just leaves me with more questions.
俺たちにてめえをどうにかする権利はねえってことだ。
Okay. Well, you fucked with my life twice already, but okay.
けどまあ、全くの無駄話でもない。ロアはお前の関係者であることは動かねえしな。
Well, how do they know that? Maybe because of the shadow from the previous night? Shrugs, leaves. Zero interest.
ああ、どうした？さっさと行け。人の恋路の邪魔をして悪かったな。あの吸血鬼を追うんだろう。
Pretty much.
今のシンスは血に飢えた破壊衝動の塊だが。
重ねて本気ですか、死体代行。ミスミス吸血鬼の餌食を増やすなって。仮に彼があなたはあなたよ。さっき噛まれかけたくせにまだあの怪物の本性がわからないの？
Shut the fuck up. She wants to fight me. Fuck you. It is weird when he says stuff like, she's a good vampire. It's like, let's not go into this, alright? But also, more importantly, we don't even know what a true ancestor is. So that's more important than anything else. Well, let's not go into what murder means here, guys. Shiki's done a lot of shit.
笑わせないで。吸血鬼は人間にとってなんであれ悪？いいえ、人間でありたいと思うなら、それができない人間に人としての権利はない。
Okay, I'm not human, whatever.
人でないのなら、私の排除。
Shut up, you.
考えて答え。あなたはこれからどこに向かうの？
Life or death. Declare that I'm chasing after Arcueid, or go home. Hey, look, we're going after. Ready my knife without another word. Well, we already know how this ends, apparently. Even though this fucking guy can move so much in less than a second, there's no reason to fight. I'll just die, I guess. Really? So does he know about the mystic eyes of death's perception? I mean, maybe. I mean, I definitely showed it off a little bit. But still bizarre to say that, considering she basically killed me before.
Huh? なんでって、そろそろお前ね、あの姫様と打ち合ったんだぞ。1ヶ月は手足に力が入らねえから、まだ動けるうちに教会に帰っとけ。
Oh, okay. Weird. Wait, is she out of the story? Oh, maybe he was like puppeteering her body so that she could keep fighting, maybe? Miss Noelle no longer blocks my path. Instead, she rises on the ground.
あとはそっちの問題だ。ノエルの発言は気にすることは、まあ、帰れるうちに帰っておくのが人間らしい知恵。
Shut up. Boring dialogue. Never gets an answer. There's no more time to waste. Time to go for Arcueid. I'm pretty sure I don't find her, though. Sprint through the city. No sign of her. Any lead. Too big. I got like 0 time before the end of the night. Arcueid stands out. Should be easy to spot her at a distance if she's outside. What would you do? Where would you go? What's my chances? If Arcueid's anywhere, it's not her apartment. It's back at the school. It's we'll go with back at the school, I guess. Her apartment. I don't think I've ever found her at her apartment other than the first night. I don't think, otherwise I don't know if we ever went back to her apartment. The back alleys of the shopping district. So random. I could see it being possible, but I'm gonna go with back at the school. After thinking on everything that's happened this evening, I decided to head for the school. Arcueid was acting pretty strangely when we were there. As far as today's events are concerned, it's not so crazy to think she might have come back. Nobody's around at night. If she's looking for solitude, she could do far worse. Jump the fence. Devoid of sound. Not a single light on inside. Place is more like a cemetery. Go to the school classroom. Somehow I simply know that something is inside. A strange scent reaches me on the wind, brushing against my skin and sending a chill down my spine. Okay. This isn't the time to hesitate. Slip inside using the same window I broke earlier. Where are we going with this? Is it going to be her? It's just weird that when he says, I sense something here. Like, what? Okay. No one on the first floor. No one on the second floor. Anxious tingling on the back of my neck. No one on the second floor. Oh, come on. Am I going to get killed here? Are you kidding me? I thought they'd be on the third floor. And yet, I feel it. A slimy sensation against my back. Something cold yet smooth, like the belly of a snake. Yeah, maybe because I'm alone, maybe I'm going to get attacked by the vampire? Of course, the hallway was empty, except for this guy who's going to kill me now. Squelching noise. Next moment, I'm dead. Wow. Hey, look, it's the villain. An incision is made in my chest. A river of blood flows as my old wound opens. Without warning, a knife was thrust through my back, like a vampire impaled by a stake. My body slumps to the ground. I don't know what's going on, but in my last moments, my mind transports me to a different place, where I remember my backstory for the 20th time this game. And now imagine if I actually lived, though. That would be insane. Nah. Dead end. Man, how many dead ends am I going to find in Arcueid's route? Yeah, sure. Now I'm questioning whether that... So I thought that you die if you go to the alley, and yet somehow going to the school was a bad idea. It's probably going to be go to a place that's alone, where you're alone, I would assume. Getting used to these deaths?
最善を尽くしたもののあえなく死亡した
Stop killing Tono.
教えてシエルスと言っても
I'm here.
これ
Total
よくある
basics.
死亡選択じ
Go
ゃ
back
ん
last choice and choose something
救
else.
済コーナーっていうのは
Prevent them
死ぬ
from
前
dying
に
at all?
今更気づいちゃ
Or
ったん
just
だ
realize this, but
メガネがどうや
all
って
we really
阻止
do
す
is
るの
watch
かを
him
見て
die, then
話
make a
をする
comment or two. Yeah, I know, right?
そうです大体
Pain is a great way to help people learn. Nope.
うん
That's not strict. That's straight up sadistic.
さて
Sadistic.
今回の原因は
The reason why you died was because you were
頼
alone.
れる先輩がいるでもなし今のアルクエイドが無人の場所に行くはずもなし
Such a tedious place? I don't know what a tedious place means.
一つ前の選択肢に戻ってもっと血生臭い場所を選ぶと良いでしょう
What? What? Choose a place somewhere a little more bloody?
今のって言った
In her current state.
シエルあの完璧なヒロイン
Perfect
が
heroine in
可
the
愛い
whole wide world ran
スタ
away.
ミナ溢れそうだから慌てて家
She
に帰
just
った
go
と
home
か
because
じ
she
ゃな
got too hyped up.
そう
Who can say? I sure
私に
wouldn't
は
know
なん
anything
と
about
か
that.
まあ
Perhaps she
自
just
分が
realized
吸
she's a
血鬼で
vampire.
あ
It'd
る
be
ことを
about time.
ほら死者たち
You know
の
what? I'm
ガレ
gonna
ージで
save right
暴れ
now.
ていた時から我慢できなくなっていたようですし
She's been having a hard time holding back her urges ever since fighting the undead in that garage. Yeah, I guess. I mean, is her going, is like her trying to hold back her urges? Because I thought it just meant she was hurt for some reason.
そんな前から可愛いだったとかもうシエルに勝ち目なくない大丈夫インド帰るインドは地元でも何でもありそれより自分のルートだからってあまり調子即死するのは即死が似合うキュートなトーヌ君だけではありません今似合うって言った物語が続く以上誰であれ退場する可能性はあります アル
Okay.
クエイドも例外ではありここから負ける可能性とかあるわけないじゃんあとはこのまま感動のエンディングでしょこんなん生まれたばかりのミゲでも上がるしほほではもしそうならない場合があるとしたら
Man, these are doing a good job of making me hate CL.
次のルートのヒロインの座をかけてもいいぜ
Foreboding. Maybe.
ちょっと待って今なんか嫌な音しなかった
Something ominous.
現地も取りましたし今回は以上さよなら猫アレク先生のおいやめろその笑顔怖い貴様本当にヒロインか
I mean, I have already been thinking for a while. It seems very unlikely there's going to be like a true super happy ending, considering the fact that
ほら
considering the
死者
fact
たち
that
のガレージで暴れていた時から
what the
我
fuck?
慢できなくなっていたようですしほら死者たちのガレージで暴れていた時から我慢できなくなっていたようですし
Guess that's a bad idea to do that. Maybe I can do continue again. And then it'll do something special.
死者たちのガレージで暴れていた時から我慢できなくなっていたよおいやめろその笑顔怖い貴様本当にヒロインか
Okay. Can I do something in the gallery, maybe? I don't know. No, this is just to view stuff. I already loaded. Well, last time I just kept reloading. Eventually, it let me do the flowchart. So I don't know what that means. Yeah, just let me do it at one point. Like it skipped way beforehand. This is confusing. guess I got trapped myself, I guess. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck do I do? Config? I never even knew that this was possible. I mean, even if I do the auto skip at this, or turn off the auto skip. No. I'll try this. Don't think this is gonna help me though. Because I can't go further, you know? See? I get stopped. Let me search this. Oh my fucking gosh. It's the stupidest thing. I guess I'll just get out of here. Sorry. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this bullshit. Not even like physically tired, I'm just tired of this bullshit. Oh, you died for no reason. Wow, amazing. Let me see this. Maybe if I type in... There is no... There's no indication of how to get around this. Nobody has even mentioned it at all. At all. Well, I suppose at this point I can't make it any worse.
So
I might as well just keep saving on here, I guess. I don't know. Like, why would it allow me to even save here if apparently it will crash the game? And I also am fed up with this game spoiling shit. Fuck you. Oh, I guess you're not gonna have a good ending. Hey, I already assumed that's probably true, but you just fucking said it. Fuck you.
Nya, nya, nya. Nibushi. Yeah.
Load game? No. It's almost like I need to do a new game. I never thought I needed multiple saves. Because I would have to start back from the beginning. I don't know. Nobody's really mentioning anything, even vaguely, about this. I mean, I could... If I redid this, I'd have to do it exactly right. Because technically I'm already in the Arcueid route. I can't even use that other save, because the other save is... a different route, so it wouldn't work. This is not in any other video game I've ever played in my entire life. I can't believe this shit. Can't believe this shit. What is fucking happening? Based on memory. I don't know. Maybe this is faster. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's faster to just fucking do this. Just based on memory. Like, bizarrely, I think this is the fastest way to do this. I don't remember all the choices. I hope you guys have fun seeing 30 choices done in a row to fix this bullshit. I guess we'll save over this. Well, I don't know. I don't know. We'll save over this. Whatever. Wait, am I even in the Arcueid route right now? I'm just wondering. Like, I don't know if that's how that works, you know? Wait, what? This one's not even saying I'm in the Arcueid route. Guess we'll see. I don't know. Ask Byakuya for once. The other one's a dead end. Then we have the opening movie. The other one isn't exactly a dead end, but it's close enough. I don't know the difference here, actually. Yeah, they don't really matter. Yeah. It's weird. Yeah, weirdly. Go and die. That's the correct choice. No, if you stay here, then you'll... I don't know. The difference was so crazy minor. I think that's right. At least we're going fast. Scars of Azure. This is a fast game, isn't it? Actually, I think I'm gonna go with Arach both times. I don't think I've done these other ones. We'll just do the one I did last time. Yeah, you know what? I better save it at this point. So yeah, I'm in Arcueid route. Okay. I don't know why this one doesn't mention that, but alright. What did I do here? I don't remember this one at all. Wait, what? Which one did I do? This isn't even telling me, really. Mansion, I guess. No difference here, so I'll just pick what I picked last time. I think talk to Arcueid, I think. Yeah. Wait, what is the difference there? Oh my gosh, that's a big jump right there. Well, this will increase how much oh, yeah. Oh, 27. I thought it was 13. 27 ancestors. Wait, I can't even ask that. I forgot about that. What a weird thing. So that means that she doesn't trust me enough then, right? Yeah, this is nothing. And this is something. The 27 ancestors would have been nice, though, since this was just a joke ending there, or a joke choice. I think it doesn't matter. Well, we'll see what happens here. What is the difference here? Minor, I guess. Still, I'll still go to the hospital. Well, I actually did both of these. I don't think there was a difference between them, though. Yeah, there wasn't really a difference. Nope. I don't remember how many choices there are here. The Man in Black. What did I pick before? Arcueid? You kidding me? Whatever, I'm picking the Man in Black this time. Cloaked in shadow, he must have been waiting for me. Knew the path I'd take home. Judging from the form, I'm certain he wasn't human, which means it's fair to venture that he was a vampire. Could Arcueid's enemy have decided to target me now that they know I'm helping her? In any case, I don't have to worry about him anymore. Why? Oh, because he did die. Technically, he did get hit by Noelle. The vampire was able to see the same lines I could, but he's been vanquished by the nun. A rock. Yeah. Apparently not second floor. You'll die. I remember that one still. Do as Akia says. No. See, I'm almost there. See, it was much faster to do what this took like 5 minutes or something, I guess. You know what? I kind of want to pick a different one here. And there isn't much of a difference here. I just felt bad when I said she wanted revenge. Let's see what this says. Short temper? Selfish? I can only call it like I see it.
そっか、言われてみればそうかも。私、シキに殺されてからすっごく感情的になってるみたいだし。
Arcueid nods along, somehow pleased with that conclusion. Yeah, I knew that was the answer. I just kind of wanted to... I'm always just annoyed whenever anybody would say, ah, you're selfish. And they're like, yeah, I am. And it's like, okay. Though the other options at least seemed a little better by comparison. Or at least more interesting. I'm less convinced that that's the right answer. But if Arcueid is satisfied, I guess it's settled. Guess it didn't even matter much. We'll go to the back alley still. This is the part. See, it was that easy, guys. That easy. Easy smeezy. Or whatever. Wait, okay, no, okay, that's what's going on there. Okay, I was like, what? It didn't say Arcueid route. Oh, it's because it went to this one instead of this one. So don't save during death things, I guess. So they were telling me go to the apartment. I am not. I'm offended that they even suggested that I go to the apartment, considering the fact that We have literally never met her at the apartment since the first time we met her. Now, I guess you could say, like, that's, like, romantic or something. Like, ooh, we're going to reconcile at the place where I killed her, you know? But, like, it would have made just as much sense as going back to the school. Okay, let's see if I die here. I'll head for the shopping district. I've got nothing to base it on, but I have a feeling that Arcueid would prefer the darkness of the inner city. She looks so sad and wounded before. Something tells me she'll seek out a place where she won't run into anyone, a place where nobody ever comes by, which sounds like her apartment, but again, I've never seen her go to her apartment, other than once or twice. If you want to run away from everything, you're not going to look for familiarity until after the matter is settled, so it won't be her place. Is this true? Did I pick the right decision? I guess we'll see. Like, what? What? But I don't think my instincts will be enough to find her. There's only one way for me to add a measure of accuracy to my wild hunch. I remove my glasses. Dust drowns my vision. This could lead to his death from overusing his eyes. Lines pulse across humans, buildings. I swallow back the bile that rises up my throat. There's no way of knowing if this will actually help, but Arcueid doesn't possess the same abundance of death that other life forms do. If in a world overflowing with death, she's the only respite from these repulsive lines. If I look out across the crowd, she should stand out as a singular, unblemished beacon. Not exactly, but sure. It's not the most refined plan, but it's the best I have right now. Oh no, I'm gonna die now. I do my best to view everything in that detached general way without focusing on any one line too much. Arcueid told me this pain is caused by the burden that seeing death puts on the brain. My glasses can't stay off for too long. Yeah, I thought we said we were going to go to the alleys, didn't we? Let me see this again. Wait, sorry. I don't know. Weird. Yeah, back alleys. Yeah. Weird. Interesting. Interesting. Doesn't seem like this is going to be a dead end. Guess we'll see. Everyone downtown's ordinary. Not a single soul that looks like the ones we hunted down before, with masses of graffiti on their body. I rub my temples to soothe my throbbing beneath the skin. My headache will only intensify if I keep my glasses off, but I have to hold out a little longer. On the off chance she's somewhere on the main street. It's fine. It'll be easier from here on out. Once I get to the alleys, there will be fewer people and way fewer lines. I need to hurry for those darkened back streets. In a place where even the moonlight can't reach, it should be easy to spot her bright, pale form. I mean, at that point, you're just looking... Honestly, this is stupid. She literally is the only person in the city with blonde hair wearing white. So, like, I think you could find her without your eyes. The exhaustion of running combined with my headache makes me want to hurl. When I wipe the sweat from my forehead, I notice how feverish I am. I can feel my temperature even with my own hand. I don't remember ever feeling this hot, not even when I had a near 40-degree fever. It seems like a dead end. It's the only place I haven't checked yet. At the end of this road lies the alley where we had our first conversation. That's kind of what I was thinking of. If she's not here, I'll have to admit like my gut was off. Yeah, I remember this. This actually might be where Roa's hiding. Because this was like the closest we actually got to finding where he was. A wave of cold hits me the moment I step into the alley. The chill that crawls down my spine is icy enough to cool my fever. I see something strange in the distance, sparks popping and crackling within the darkness. Or to be more precise, lines of death, thick globs of them thrumming and churning before they vanish into nothingness. She couldn't be. The intermingled lines of death belong to zombies. The fact that they're disappearing could only mean one thing. Is she actually fighting them while she's like this? Okay, so we found her. Against my better judgment, I press on through the pain and exhaustion, all but forgetting the foreboding chills that hangs thick in the air. Pushing against the rusted iron door, I slip into the dark passage. I thought, what do you mean, thick iron door? You weren't looking through walls. Okay. I'm in the alley entrance. there's a thick iron door for the entrance to the alleys? What? The buildings press in on both sides. I wade through the lines as if traversing a muddied river. At least 100 lines were cut here tonight. But that doesn't make sense. I know this place. Oh no. Dead or alive, there's no place for 100 zombies to fit here. Okay, now I'm even more confused. That means the grisly scene before me can only be a single body dismembered into dozens of little pieces. Oh, is she gonna have died to the, to Roa? Because Roa probably has mystic eyes of death's perception? It doesn't matter. I refuse to think about it. But what I can't bear is that with every step I take, the creaking and gnawing of bone rattles my ears. Instinct strokes my brain stem with saw-like teeth, whispering, "Stop. Don't go. Turn back. That which waits you at the end is not for your eyes to behold," it says. I know that already, but I won't go back. I won't abandon Arcueid. If I leave her now, I've got an awful, haunting feeling that she'll die. It's a premonition I can't shake, so despite my better judgment, I press further in. Probably doesn't need his glasses on, but okay. I'm here. He could probably put his glasses on. There's no trace of zombie flesh. My mind runs cold. My vision is consumed. Ocean of red, liquid waste covers every surface. The remnants of zombies, now faceless, arms crushed to pulp, insides completely mangled, violated totally and needlessly. The thick stench of blood mingles with the cold, still air, robbing me of my voice. Everything is red. The walls, the ground, perhaps even the moon's glow have taken on a crimson hue. A dull squelching noise echoes through the alley. A creature, maybe the last of many, covered in thick, heavy lines, dies at her hands. She crushes it without effort or mercy, with a single hand, like an ant. The zombie's head is grabbed by unseen hands and lifted into the air. What, she's got telekinesis now? Where it dangles for a moment before an enormous pressure caves it inward, splattering the walls with blood and brains.
Arcueid.
I gaze upon this world where even the moonlight is crimson. At its center stands Arcueid. She hasn't noticed me. She's just staring at the moon, entranced, her breathing heavy and wild. I can't call for her. Why? The creaking sensation in my spine reaches its climax. It's as if the saw finally cut through the bone. Snap, my consciousness is screaming. I can't stay here. I don't want to die. But it's too late. In this world of red and white, I am an intruder. The woman in white turns. Like a one-eyed demon, she shifts her terrible glare my way. That golden eye is blinding. Our eyes didn't meet, but I looked into hers all the same. What? Our eyes didn't meet, but our eyes met. What? That alone was enough to make the blood rush to my head. Enough to erase all reason, all sense of self. The first thing I feel is pure survival instinct. You can't be here. You can't look at that. Don't make your presence known. Don't let them see you. You can't talk to them. You can't coexist. It's impossible. You can't fight it. You can't escape. You can't even pray. No matter what you do, you can no longer be saved. I don't know what's going on. This creature is on a different level. Where are we going with this? Though the concept of levels is meaningless here, the difference between us is so vast, we may as well be on different planes of existence. It is more than me. It eclipses my being, which is why every one of my blood vessels dilates at once. It starts with fear. A bloodlust akin to rapture follows soon after. Like lightning flashing across a clear sky, the clearest conclusion in the history of mankind, my cells rejoice at a revelation on par with that of the most enlightened saint. It's simple. This thing shouldn't be allowed to exist. We have no need for it. So we must kill it. Kill it quickly. Kill it here. Kill it now. Be swept away by the pulsing river in your veins and expel that thing. My heart leaps. I know I couldn't win, yet every part of me rumbles and moans, urging me to kill her. This is all backwards. If I don't want to die, I should kill? Even though I'll be killed, I should kill? Is my head primed with nothing but thoughts of murder? It's no use, my ego is gone. That eye, I shouldn't look into that golden eye. There's nothing I can do, there's no way to escape her. My blood declares boiling with every beat. It surges in a way I can hardly resist. But there's something else, something desperate to crush... the husk of my rationality. Why do I want to kill? Is it because I don't want to die? So I need to kill before I'm killed? What a stupid thought. I'm going to die laughing at this rate. You don't need a reason. Be honest with yourself, Shikitono. Don't you remember what you did to that woman once upon a time? No, your rationality is what needs to shut up. I really hope that he actually survives this. I'm getting tired of learning about characters, but then, then you die because you learned something you shouldn't have. It's really that simple, isn't it? I want her. I want Arcueid. I craved her for the moment I saw her. So badly it made me want to puke. Craved to kill her. I want all of her. Her body and mind. Her tears and her saliva. Her blood, her flesh, her desire, her frustration. My breathing is abnormal. I'm losing consciousness. The golden pupil flickers, looking at her. I think that no matter how much I kill her, it'll never be enough. Her eyes are red again. Oh, right, because they were golden before. I'm losing track of the color. But it's already too late. We're past the point of no return. A stifled cry enters my ears, like I care. I grip my knife tighter and push the woman to the ground. I'm going to be very impressed if this is all for a dead end. It's easy. All strength has left her body. Straddling her, I wrap one hand around her throat. I raise the other high in the air, knife poised. There's just one thing left, striking a single blow into the space between her breasts. I think what we're going for here, I hope what we're going for here, is that the only way that we could have continued this route after she nearly killed me is by me almost killing her, because we're so similar, how we're both trying to repress our urge to kill, but we're good people deep down, basically. I think. I hear the woman's voice. The pulsing beat in my head boils. My fingers tighten their grip around her neck. She throws her head back in pain. I struggle to believe it. She's normally brimming with strength, yet she can't even rid herself of my grip. Still struggling for air, she gasps my name. Thump, my heart pounds, impelled by the excitement in my blood. Each breath is wilder than the last. My vision is distorted. Every part of me feels like it's turned to lava. It's hot, so hot, I want release. My body moves, slowly, spreading her legs. I sink my hips into the space between. Okay. Her eyes shimmer with anxiety. That gaze only makes my brain boil at a higher pitch. My vision is bloodshot. I feel like I might faint. Every cell in my body cheers with elation. This is what we were born for. If I don't flank this woman right now, I'll go insane. I too saw Evangelion. Her vermilion-tinged cheeks, her neck so very soft. Nothing could surpass the form of the woman beneath me. I can feel her every motion. Her eyes, brilliant pools of gold that seemed to suck in my soul. My arm leaves her neck. Its fingers trace her chest. They feel the softness of her body, of her legs. When my fingertip meets the pale skin of her abdomen, I notice the warmth that lies beneath her flesh. Her voice trembles with heat. Her red eyes plead to me. With that, the last of my thoughts become unhinged. There's a soft gasp, a cry as if to stifle her shame. With both hands, she desperately tries to push me off, but I grab her wrists, pinning them to the ground so they can't move. If only I had nails to hammer them down with. With her hands like this, she looks like she belongs on a crucifix. Her eyes are filled with contempt, regret towards the man holding her down. The sight is intoxicating. She's even more alluring than she was before. I can't use both my arms. The second I let go, she'd no doubt sever my neck. The tension elicits a grin from me. I must be more beast than man. My urge to violate her is surpassed by my desire to see us kill each other. Once more, my hand seizes her pretty pale throat. It's so pale, so pale. Only my mouth retains the freedom to move. I set my teeth to her chest. Her body, still resisting, convulses under his touch. He sighs. His breath traces her stomach. The tickle of warm air is enough to make her squirm. He moves aside her clothing and brings his tongue to her sensitive snow-white abdomen. Suddenly he recalls a hunger. That's right, his stomach is empty. He's always been hungry. Saliva falls as he drools with a never-sated appetite. This is just silly, kind of, at this point, but okay. It's like, oh, sexual assault? No! Just fetish shit. The woman pushes against him, but she is no match for the hunger. What are you waiting for? It was the same before. Back then you were the main dish, but this time you get to dine. For all our differences, we are identical at our core. Her drinking your blood at the park, this stupid impulse, the burgers you had for lunch, it's all the same. We eat because we must. We eat because it's fun. We eat because we want to. We devour each other out of love. That's all this is. For us animals, that's all it needs to be. This resistance was inevitable. Okay. Her plump breasts jiggle below me. That trembling mouth-watering canvas, the mark of a healthy woman. I sink my teeth into one of her breasts. You know, logically this is a little silly, but okay. She raises her voice. Her back arches with surprise. I don't pay it any mind. I gnaw until it feels like I might rip through, stopping short so I can run my tongue across and savor her taste. Her body heats up. I no longer feel a trace of the cold that hung so thick in the air. She struggles to muffle her cries, perhaps embarrassed by the sound. There's pity in her voice. My mind blurs. I've already abandoned all sanity and thought, but now it feels like my sense of self is getting more and more clouded. Her voice trembles with despair, but I don't hear it. I don't understand it. My knife rises higher, higher into the air. My vision is drowned by a bloody haze. The more conscious I grow of my urge to kill, the harder it becomes to stop myself from moving. A mournful voice. Her eyes are wet with tears. Okay. Okay. My head hurts. My instincts scream to keep going. My heart insists that if I stop now, I'm dead. That somewhere down the line she'll gut me in my sleep. But she's crying. This woman who always smiles so brightly, so confidently, is crying. I can't believe it. I can't allow it. If it were me, I would never make you cry. My head hurts. It's screaming at me to run. The conflicting impulses mesh together. One last time, I ask myself what I want to do. Can't despise her. I guess these are weird options. Well, obviously wanting her is just gonna kill her, I guess. I can't do that. I can't make her cry again. Last time my headache made me feel this way, I killed her. So no, not again. See, remember all the memories. Even if it burns my brain to cinders, I won't defile Arcueid. I mean, you kind of did already, but okay. Sure, alright. I pull away from Arcueid. The headache dissipates and my heartbeat returns to normal. The clouds of violence clear from my mind, granting me full realization of what I was doing. I can hardly believe myself, but the memory is all too clear. I pushed Arcueid against the ground, tightened my hand around her neck, and I was on the verge of running my knife through her body, and I'd sought out her flesh like a beast. What do I say to this? Arcueid readjusts her clothes as she gets back on her feet. How can I even start apologizing? Sorry isn't going to cut it. I did something deplorable. Evil.
アルクエイド、俺は。
気にしないで。謝らなくちゃいけないのは私の方なんだから。
No, she's wrong. This was my fault. Who gives a shit about chronic anemia or never-ending dizziness? Neither of them matter. None of this would have happened if I weren't so fucked up.
シキは私の魔眼を見てしまった。抑えることなんてできるはずがない。
Oh yeah, we're gonna claim this, I guess.
吸血鬼の目は未了の魔眼だと言ったでしょ。見た人間の気持ちに関係なく自分の虜にする呪い。
I mean, I don't know about that.
シキが私に性的欲求を感じたのもその一環。
Sure.
直視の魔眼があってもあなたは所詮人間だから。
Just a reminder though, later in the series they claim that the level of eye you have will overpower the weaker eye. So, and I don't even know, I mean, you would think it matters whether it's active or not, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, later on they're like, you know, if you have an S rank eye, an A rank eye would never work on an S rank eye person or whatever. But I don't know if they have to be active. Arcueid coolly clears me of all responsibility, but I can't accept that. It's true that I went crazy the second I saw those golden eyes. That was nothing more than the trigger that set me off, though. It doesn't change the fact that in that moment I truly, from the bottom of my heart, wanted to.
身勝手な勘違いはしないで。私、さっきは正気じゃなかったの。どうしようもなく乾いてて、自分じゃ解決できなかった。だから死者たちを見つけて発散した。あなたはそれに巻き込まれただけ。あなたの心とは関係なく、あなたの公園でのことだって。あと少しで私は死期を台無しにするところだった。
Pained silence overtakes her as she bites her lip. Though she doesn't speak a single word, I hear her apology clearly. Just seeing her so repentant is making my heart ache. It didn't feel like I was being controlled. If anything, it felt like my true desires had been unleashed, like my mind was just following their lead.
アルクエイド、俺は。
謝らないで。シキ、これは事故よ。私も忘れるから、あなたも忘れて。そうした方がお互いのためになるわ。
Arcueid whispers these words before quietly walking away. Her name catches in my throat, and though I want to reach out my hand to stop her, it refuses to move.
怖い思いをさせてごめんなさい。さよなら式。私たちもう会わない方がいいよね。
And like that, she disappears from the dark alleyway. Well, this felt pointless. The last thing I saw was her forced smile. Then she turned and leaped, like a rabbit on the moon. Even if I gave chase, I'd never catch up. It's not like I'd have a way to stop her even if I did. Self-hatred and remorse gouge at my heart until there's nothing left. In the alley, the stage for this unspeakable tragedy, I gaze up at the white moon as if to repent. Yeah, I think I will overwrite this one. Okay, so I know I'm in a hurry, but I need to check those choices. Because those were like, what? Where are we going here, you know? Okay, so I could have died here. So that'd be like probably one death and then... Well, no, maybe not though. Well, anyway, we'll go to her apartment. Yeah, we're good. I should check her apartment. She might have given up on the hunt after this disaster of a night and just gone home to rest. I ring her bell, but she doesn't answer. I don't sense anything moving behind the door. Hasn't come home, or she's refusing to come out. There's a moment of hesitation, but I erase it with a deep breath and take out my knife. Time to kill the lock. I'll apologize to Arcueid later. But before I make my cut, I try putting a hand on the doorknob. Huh? The door wasn't even locked. It opens easily with a click.
Arcueid, いるのか?
There's no response. The bed is made up neatly. She did say she waited in the park all night, after which she came straight to the mansion to ambush me in the morning, which means that she probably hasn't been back here in over a day. I mean, she's like never here, but yeah, sure. I strike the wall, then sprint out of the room as fast as I can. No point in scolding myself for my stupidity. If I have the time to vent my anger at the wall, I should put it to use searching for her instead. Where we go from here? Make it to the area around the station. Narrow my eyes, blindingly artificial lights in the bustling crowd. Gotta track her down, and all I've got to track her down is a hunch and my own 2 feet. My chances are bad, but they aren't zero. I'll follow the lines to track her down. So it was basically the same thing. So I literally picked the only bad option somehow. I mean, when Arcueid's apartment was also completely, you know, on its own or whatever. Time to go for the first option, I guess. Okay, let's kill her, or she kills me. She probably kills me, is my guess. I'm a beast composed of pure desire. This beautiful creature. This wretched body. This maddening emotion. Just as I did before, I want to unleash everything within me and violate her. This is not the time to care for her well-being. A plague of surging blood awakens from within. Well, I don't know what that means at all. Never seen that word in my life. Blank inhibits all rationality. As long as its shape is still human logic applies. Break, bend, split, slice. Reap, peel, rend, tear. There's no end, no closure, nothing. The more I kill, the more I need. And this is where he, like, goes crazy, because it means that he, like, gave in to his craziness or whatever. I finally remember. This is what I am, what I've always been. I just wasn't in the right place before. Automatically, organically, I repeat and repeat and repeat. I'll forget my humanity until 7 nights have passed. Oh, okay. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Other than, like, it's just to say, like, oh, he goes crazy within a week. Like, I feel like you're already crazy, but alright, sure. So what's this going to be called, though? Because he doesn't die, though, I guess. I rise from a sea of blood. It goes to show how extraordinary she was. I disassembled a single creature, but the entire alley is splattered with blood and guts. The monotonous crimson hurts my eyes. The ground is sticky yet slippery, making it hard to walk. The air reeks of blood. My headache subsides. I've thrown away my sense of self. Even as I turn on my heel to head home, I realize I've long since lost my place to return to. Oh, look, it's the pantser that we just randomly see sometimes. Come to think of it, this is where we met last time, too. Is this a coincidence, or are you just finishing what you started? Creation is such a finely crafted thing. Its wild fangs are bared and aimed at my throat. The sound of wriggling, squelching flesh echoes behind my back. To my front stands the panther, and to my back lies something unspeakable. Ultimately, the demon regenerating behind me isn't something that can be killed by human hands. Shrugging, I offer up my foot. A ringing noise explodes from within. Ringing noise? It's osteophony, the conduction of sound through bone. As the beast's jaws crunch the vertebrae in my neck, the noise bursts upward through my narrow cranium. What's going on? I don't understand. I try to impart my final words, but without a throat, there's no way for me to speak. Well, you are the one that said you offered up your throat. He could have killed the panther. I mean, this just, again, the author says, you die now. But yeah, he could have killed the panther. I mean, he's like, ooh, but Arcueid's regenerating behind him. So? She's gonna take several hours to regenerate. What are you talking about? And that's assuming she even can regenerate. She'd be insanely weak at that point. She's already... This would have been the second time that she's been sliced a whole bunch. What did I love? What did I fear? These questions don't matter, because I'm dead. To a fool who'd forgotten everything from the start, at least my death is practically instant, sparing me from a fate gruesome beyond comprehension. There's nothing left to think about now. Though I would have liked to express my gratitude to the panther that came all the way here just to finish me off for no reason. Because it's weird. Like, why did it do that? But whatever. It's just like, hey, thanks, panther. You gave me a dead end very quickly. Whereas normally... I mean, it said before that he would have lost his humanity in a week, so I'm very confused why that was even mentioned, you know? I'm just wondering what they're going to talk about with his, you know. Oh, is Arcueid not going to be there? Yeah. They both died, but okay.
あえなく2度目の解体エンドを迎えたヒロインにコメントをいただきましょう。はい、アルケイドさんどうぞ。そしてジルートのヒロイン降板おめでとうございます。
Okay, what the fuck is this shit? Hello?
のない家庭教師ですね。それでも原理結界の保持者の自覚はあるのですか？
Possessing what? 何？
どちら様でしょう。あの猫っぽい生き物はどこに？アルクエイドの代理なんですよね、あれ。失望しました。呪いだけじゃなく知性も低いのですね。あの生物は彼女の分身でもなければスパイまでもありません。ただの揺らぎ。都市伝説として誤認され一人歩きをしだしたジャーゴンに過ぎない。彼女の末路に意見を求めるのならあの生物より適任がいるでしょう。言うまでもなく私のことですが、何しろ他人ではありませんので。まさかさっきまでいた猫のような生き物はこのコーナーにおけるアルクエイドではなく。はい、このコーナーにおけるアルクエイド・ブリュンスタッドは私です。
Okay. I'm not sure why we're introducing this now.
イメージでの出演には多大なコストがかかるので、このようにコストを最小限に抑えた過去のイメージにしています。
That's not true, but okay.
そうですね。エコなアルクエイドですから、エコアルク。
Echo Arc? Okay. Economical Arcueid.
エコアルクでは、あの猫型生物はもう現れないんですか？やったー！そこはがっかりしてください。基本的に私
She
は
only
めったに
appears
出て
when
きません。
Arcueid dies, maybe.
この後もこの先も未来永劫シエル
Okay.
先生の相手はあの生物です。はあ、そうですか。地獄のような未来宣告。ありが、でも
それならどうして今回はエコアルクさんなのでしょう。やっぱり遠野くんへの人出なしっぷりに抗議の一つでも。
そうですね。私でさえ目を覆うほどの結末だったので、つい欲望に負けたばかりか、壊れた後の自分の始末もできないなんて。
Okay.
こうして出てきた今も軽蔑を抑えきれません。怒り浸透、いいえ、怒りを通り越して哀れです。なのでシエル先生、お願いがあります。
はい、なんで
もしあれと戦うことになったのなら、どうぞ容赦のない鉄槌を。
What girl? Oh, the other Arcueid.
一度徹底的に痛い目に遭わなければ淑女にはなれないようですから。
言われなくてもアルクエイド相手に手加減なんかしませんけど。
No, the other Arcueid.
あれ、もしかして
Hold on, could it be you're actually angry with
それでは私はこ
Necro
れで、これからも彼をよろしくお願い
treat
します。
him well?
あなたも頼りない家庭教師ですが、棚くらいには信用していますから。
Have faith in yourself? What? Did they mean in yourself? And they put your shelf?
どういうこと？
Nani? Was that a joke?
遅刻。猫、光の速度でただいま参上。
Okay.
そう、光の速度なので寝坊した自分を追い越し、遅刻という事実は打ち消されたので言い訳はしない。あーっせ、おはようシエル君。今朝もサブヒロインっぽくて結構結構。ところで今ここに私が来なかった？なんかそんな気がするんだよね。具体的に言うと、すっごい美少女な私。
Echo Arc.
その条件に該当する方は来ていませんね。それより遅刻の罰は何がいいですか？崖井、又先、引き車、アイアンメイデン、各種取り揃えていますのでリクエストをどうぞ。
I just realized if you didn't know that Ciel was part of the church, I think this is the first time that they're actually revealing that she is. I think by having her talk like this.
やっぱり本編のアルクエイド同様、切り刻まれたのブレイドがお好みですか？
聞いたことのない単語を持ち出すのはやめろ。デッドエンドはメガネ君だけにして。うわ、本気だよこのインド。遅刻しただけで処刑とか、ついに本性を表したか。
いえいえ、私も本意ではないんですけど、ちょっと頼まれてしまったので。次期物語もクライマックスのようですし、ここで主役交代しておこうかなと。
Oh, the story's at the climax. Okay. I mean, to be fair, I think we only have like 2 or 3 days left. Probably 2 days left. I mean, I don't know how I have 2 days left. It just feels like I must have 2 days left. Like maybe a third one just for, you know, epilogue. But yeah, I kind of feel like there's only 2 days left. But I think I would have said that. No, I was saying that before, that like it'd be part 1, part 2, and then a little more. I don't know if you could do it all in one day, but maybe. Anyway, I have to go to the bathroom, so this is the break where we go over to the next day. Hopefully we can finish it in 3 hours or less. sorry. Talking to people. Or talking to somebody about a plan to maybe meet up tonight. For a second. But I think their phone died. So I don't know what the plan is. Oh. Let me see something. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I suspect they could have forgotten. Which is good, because I actually wanted to cancel the plans. I have new cheese now, by the way. They're just cheese curds. But, oh, wait. Yeah, I don't think it's working. Yeah, I think their phone died. Pretty sure. So it's possible I could either get a knock on my door or nothing at all. But I should get it within the next 30 minutes. If not, then they forgot, which is fine, because I did want to cancel the plans. And we'll see what happens. Let me see this cheese. What's this wine? That's an interesting combo. That's not bad. Still, I think I like the cheese by itself. Okay, let's keep going, I guess. Hopefully it works out. I guess let's go. It's morning. Let me check the flowchart. I'm wondering, like, how long was the previous day? It felt like the longest day. No, okay. But it felt like the longest day because of this. Because of this scene alone right here. This one alone, I think, was like 20 minutes or more. And that's... and I skipped through it, but even then, I was still, like, stop and going with it. So yeah, like, I guess we'll see where it goes from here. It's morning. I feel for my glasses and put them on before I open my eyes. Maybe we'll finally get some answer about what's going on with Tsukihime, maybe? The sky outside of the window was a beautiful, gentle blue. But no amount of sun could brighten my mood. The reason for my misery is obvious. Can't shake the image of her moonlight-lit profile as she apologized to me. It'll be better for both of us. What did she mean by that? Was she asking me to forget what I did to her in the alley? Or did she want me to forget all about her? Either way, that's not going to happen. There's no way I could forget even a moment of our time together. I stared down at my hands. My fingers still recalled the feel of her body. I mean, she thinks that she just unconsciously made Shiki do that. I'm pretty sure. Because she doesn't think Shiki's like crazy or anything, you know. I recall her body, the smoothness of her skin, the way she felt cool to the touch yet warm at the same time. Now all I've got are regrets, but if she decided to kill me back then, I wouldn't have begrudged her one bit. That's a screenshot. But despite my guilt, a selfish thought rears its head. Why couldn't I have had more control over myself? I don't know. It seems unavoidable. When my fingers coursed across her body, I was little more than an animal. Had I possessed more of my senses, had I been more human, it could have been... I bite back at my self-indulgent fantasies. Her gold eyes aren't what made me lose it. When was it that I started to feel this way? Without realizing it, without even knowing why, I've fallen for her. I've felt like this for so long now, maybe even from the moment she said she'd forgive me for the things I did to her. It was never about Roa to begin with. I've been crazy about Arcueid since day one. But now... it's probably for the best that we don't meet again. I can't stop thinking of how lonely her smile felt back then. It's too late. If I'd noticed sooner, I never would have made her feel that way. The morning plays out as usual. Hisui comes to wake me up, find Akiha and Kuhaku in the parlor, exchange pleasantries, go to school. Same mundane routine. This peace and quiet was what we put our lives on the line for. I should be happy. I didn't lose anything. Yet I feel empty, like a machine blankly following its pre-programmed commands. I perform my morning regimen before leaving for school. I like that we skipped over that, because I don't need more, man. The students near the gate look cheerful. As I pick up bits of conversation here and there, I realize everyone's chatting about their weekend plans. Oh, right, so... Okay, okay, yeah. By Sunday, the game is over, for sure. There's no way they're gonna be like, and then the game was over on a Tuesday! Like, no way. I was so caught up in Hurricane Arcueid that I completely lost track of what day it is. We first met on a Friday morning, too. She was right here, waiting for me by the crossing. She was smiling back then, come to think of it. From that very first day, she always had a smile on her face. Even as she was laying an ambush for her murderer, not once did she lose that mischievous glint in her eyes. I wonder why. I should have asked her. But the chance to ask her has come and gone. There's no way I'll find her waiting for me in the park again. I take my seat. There's 5 more minutes until homeroom. With nothing else to do, I idly look over the schoolyard from the window.
Oh, Ohayo-san. ここのところ欠席が目立ちますが、ついに本気出してきましたか?
I heave a long, drawn-out sigh. Normally I'd exchange barbs with him, but I just don't have the energy for it today.
なんだよ、またえらく元気がないな。昨日は学校に来ない。来たら来たで抜け殻とはね。やだやだ。遠野がそんなんだと学校に来ても面白くもなんともない。
Arihiko slumps his shoulders in an exaggerated motion.
悪いけど今日は一人にしてくれ。いいだろう、俺なんかいなくても。お前には先輩がいるんだから。いや、むしろ俺がいない方がラッキーなんじゃないか。
Cock block. Maybe this is going to be the part where we learn that Ciel has been missing from school.
あ、先輩って俺3年に知り合いはいねえけど。
Or did she wipe people's minds? I guess. I don't know.
何言ってるんだお前。先輩は。
Oh, this is the part where you don't remember CL? How do they do that, though? How can they wipe minds? Neither of us know any of the third years.
と時間だな。そいじゃまた昼飯時に。
Arihiko slips out of the classroom's back door. Just as he leaves, the door at the front opens to let in Miss Noel. Or not. Turns out to be the homeroom teacher of the class next door.
あれ、マクマ先生？ここ 2C ですよ。間違いました？
間違いじゃありませんよ。それがですね、皆さんのクラスの担任さんは今朝学校をお辞めになられたというか。
He explains.
うっそ！ノエル先生いねえの？教師ってそんな簡単に辞められるものなんですか？1週間持たないとか自由にも程がある。
I thought she's been here more than a week, though. I thought she came here the previous Wednesday or something.
やっぱビッチ系だったか、あの肉食。
Ho, okay. They spelled ho wrong, but okay. Wails of despair erupt from Miss Noel's dedicated male fan club. It finally clicks in my head. In this place so far removed from everything, something as trivial as a teacher quitting forces me to face reality. It's really over. What? Miss Noel was only ever our substitute teacher to observe me, or rather the person she believed to be the vampire Roa. If she's gone, it means her work here is done. No, it does not, because Roa is still around. I'm now completely free from the whole vampire ordeal. Not a single thread connects me to it any longer. Okay. Class is end for the day. With tomorrow being Saturday, the students scurry off like an army of arachnids the second the final bell rings. I've fulfilled all my scholarly obligations for today. Rest of the day is time I can dedicate to myself. So, is there even any choices? I'll just... What should I be doing? I'm like a kite cut loose from its string. Gone is my obligation to protect this town. Gone is my mission to rid the city of vampires. I'm bereft of the one driving force that guided me for the past week. Who cares anymore? I might as well take a nap here. It'd be a perfectly sensible thing for an ordinary person to do. Not really at all, but okay. She's gone. Miss Noel's gone too. Maybe... I'd gotten myself in too deep with this vampire business. I mean, it's worth noting, I think I said it before, but maybe not, that it's worth noting that wait, I'm trying to remember what I was just thinking. We'll see. We'll see if they meant such thing as a good vampire. Can I really still believe she's good after seeing her like that? I mean, wasn't she just killing zombies? It'd be smart to go home while you still can. This might be your last chance to pretend you were never involved in any of this. The blonde-headed kid's warning resonates in my mind. Oh. Don't say it like that. I was like, blonde-headed kid? But Arcueid wouldn't be described that way. Oh, right, Mario. Just say Mario. Yeah, Shiki, look on the bright side. You can finally say goodbye to this vampire crap and go back to living a normal life. Ow. Well, this is... interesting. This is just like that one choice from earlier. Wow, it's not even much of a choice based on what I'm seeing right there. So accept reality or pretend. Oh crap. I can't see anything. Wait, okay, that was weird. Oh, okay, there it is. Okay. Pretend none of this ever happened. I mean, he'd probably just get killed by a vampire on his way home from school, right? Look upon reality in the end, which is the opposite of the beginning when he chose when he killed Arcueid and he refused to see reality, and then this is look upon reality finally kind of thing. We'll just see where this goes. I'd assume it leads to a dead end. Just pretend it never happened. Everything that occurred between now and the day I met Arcueid was just a dream. Need to stop thinking about her. To forget about her and the vampire infesting our city. It's like Mario said. I'm totally human. Ever since that... Oops. It makes sense since I've been playing so long, I guess. Ever since my accident 7 years ago, I've managed to live a life according to the moral compass of our society. I could just go back to doing that. I would have nothing to lose if I did. So what am I doing here? I don't feel up for anything. Yet here I am, back in this place, about as empty as one of those zombies I swore to forget about. I stand in front of the disaster's ruins. 6 days have passed since the fire. The area is now completely silent. The ruins are little more than a cruel reminder of the tragedy that took place. Not a trace remains of the once popular park in front of the station. This place used to be so full of life, full of people unknown to me, with whom I never crossed paths. I never knew them, yet I can't just let them go. Let it go. Yet I can just let it go, as I never knew them. It would be easy enough to absolve myself of any guilt, especially when I had no hand in this. If ignorance is a sin, then all humans are sinners. If insincerity is evil, then all of humanity is damned. So why should I hang my head here? I can't let myself lament the deaths of strangers. Mourning the deaths out of my own arbitrary feelings of sadness is just wrong. That's not true, but okay. Instead, farewells ought to be used to reflect on our time with them. The tears we shed should honor their memory as well as their deeds. Tears or apologies born out of sorrow are nothing more than rituals we perform for our own selfish ends. Sure. That should mean I can just turn back and put this all behind me, or throw a thought. Despite everything, I can't seem to pull myself away. I shouldn't feel this sadness. I shouldn't feel this self-righteousness. At the end of the day, I should just be looking out for myself. And yet I keep coming to the same conclusion. You can't just call it quits after you've lost it all. Once you've done everything you can, you should let the curtain fall with your head held high. Feels like a stranger taught me that once upon a time. And then I died to some random vampire. Oh wait, that's Ciel here. That's weird, especially since everybody forgot about her, but okay. I don't recognize her face. Well, I feel like I should know her. I can't even recall her name.
こんにちは。あなたも献花に来たんですか？
いや、俺は。
Her eyes are locked on the area in front of the barricade. The place is covered in bouquets. They rustle in unison as if in remembrance of the dearly departed.
俺は自分を確かめに来ただけなんだ。それももう半分ぐらい答えは出た。結局俺は
They came back. They came back after all. And, yeah. Well, anyway. Anyway, let's see. No way I can turn my back to these vampires. I can't forget about Roa, and I definitely can't forget about her.
やっぱりそうでしたか。困った人ですね、あなたは。
Wait, what did I say again? Like, speak, I mean. I came here to make up my mind. I've been searching for an answer, and I've found half of one in the end. So then why is she saying this? What did I expect? You really are troublesome one. Really? She never once looked at me, nor did I look at her. It seems the polite thing to do for someone who came all this way to offer a warning to a stranger.
ロアを追うということは、彼女を追うということです。その意味が分かっていますか？
分かってます。どの道俺一人じゃ何もできない。
分かっていませんね。彼女を追ってもあなたは殺されるだけです。アルクエイド・ブリュンスタッドとはもうこれ以上あっては
It's weird that they act as if they know anything about him. Like, they don't know about his eyes, they don't know about his life, but they're like, ooh, you're gonna suffer.
それはどうして？
一度でも吸血衝動に負けた真祖はもう手遅れだからです。
Okay, that's weird. Now I'm even more confused because they were talking about how, like, she never... They were talking about how, no, she has drank blood before. And like, it was all dramatic, but now she's saying that if she had drank blood before, then there's no going back. I mean, what's that mean? I don't know. There's no going back? I mean, how would you... First of all, how would you know? How much information about true ancestors is there? Like, did the church kill them all? I don't know. What's... There's just no going back mean? Okay, if you say so. But she's a half true ancestor, so how's that work? Yeah, because, like, logically, true ancestors were the ones that created the 27 dead apostles, I guess. I mean, I don't know how the dead apostles work, but okay.
私たち人間にとって正真正銘の怪物は真祖と呼ばれる始まりの吸血鬼。彼女にとってあなたは
See, this is the part where it's stupid to say you've been more of a blood bank than a partner, even though she's literally never drank blood in 800 years. Okay. Or again, maybe she did drink blood and she actually did turn back. You know, they say once they give in to their impulses, there's no going back. But this is based on what evidence? And again, she's not a full one, apparently. So how's that work? I don't know. Yeah, we already know what that apostle is.
考えたことがないと血を吸われたことで人間が吸血鬼化するのなら、その根源、大元にあたる初めから吸血鬼だった存在がいることを、この生命としての系統樹が異なる吸血種を真祖と言います。
I thought we already told this, but maybe I just thought it was logical.
人間の血なんて必要なく、人たちと同等、いえ、それ以上の超越能力を持つ者たち。
Why is that?
彼女はその真祖と呼ばれる一族の王族なんです。
What's that mean?
彼らには身分階級がありませんから。王族というのは正しくはありませんけど。
Then why did you call her royalty? I'm a little taken aback. That was quite the revelation. Even though they literally keep calling her princess. Since she'll do or say things completely devoid of common sense, I've jokingly been calling her princess, but never did I imagine she'd actually be one, even though Mario and Vlav both called her princess also. Damn. Not even a children's book would include a princess this stupidly cheerful and reckless.
いいですか。
You need to understand.
神祖と呼ばれる吸血種には使徒たちよりはるかに業の深い吸血衝動がある。
Actually, that's not true, because dead apostles are human. So humans drinking blood is actually the most sinful thing. You know, you're killing your own kind. But a true ancestor is seemingly is an entirely different species. Therefore, why would it be sinful for... It's like saying a tiger wanting to eat a human is much more sinful than a human wanting to eat a tiger. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
神祖たちはもともと人間の血がなく
We
て
already talked about this.
その誕生にどんな間違いが起こったのか、それが吸血衝動。ただ人間の血が欲しいという思考性です。
I mean, sure, I guess.
過去、神祖に襲われればこれに対抗できる人間はいなかった。そして血を吸われた人間はその時点で人間でなくなってしまう。原因は生命体としてのスケールの違いとも、彼らが血液を魂として捉えているとも言われています。神祖という強大な生命に血を奪われた時点で人間は人間ではいられなくなる。その神祖の分身、平たく言えば人形になってしまう。
That's also not true. Vlav was a dead apostle, and yet he couldn't be controlled by Arcueid. You know?
仮に血を吸う側の神祖がそれを望む。
思い出した。使徒は自分の血を送ることで人間を仲間にするんだっけ。逆に神祖ってやつはただ血を吸うだけで人間を犯すってこと。
Yeah, it's just like combining the vampire myth, where one, you suck blood and you become a vampire, another vampire, versus another where you have to swap blood. So you're just like combining them. Like, actually, they were different species of vampire, but they were, even though they're part of the same lore, it's like actually they were just different classes of vampire. So all the lore is true.
そして問題は彼らの吸血衝動には理由がないということです。理由がない。
Well, we already talked about. Unfortunately, CL, we have already talked about this entire conversation with Arcueid in the food court. So, sorry, none of this means anything.
神祖という完璧な死に至る病とでも言えましょうか。
You say feebly, but they've been alive. She's been alive for 800 years and hasn't drank blood. They did, though.
具体的、物理的に彼らは持てるすべての力を使って常に自分自身の欲求を封印している。
Okay. What if they drink the blood of a deer? Would the deer become a vampire? I think it would.
強大な異能を自身に使うことで彼らは吸血衝動を抑えている。けれどもし何らかの外的要因でその神祖の能力が低下してしまった場合、抑えていた吸血衝動がどうなるか。
What happens if an external force causes their powers to diminish? Say if someone killed them. What if they were killed to such a degree that reviving took nearly all the energy they had? Let's assume Arcueid has 10 units of energy. And let's say she was using 7 of those 10 units to hold back her urges at all times. If she were then to lose 5 of them, that would leave her with just 5 units to hold back 7 units worth of desire. That's not enough. What would she take in to make up for that deficit?
それでその衝動とやらを抑えられなくなった神祖はどうなるんですか。
So what's this thing about CL, him forgetting CL, but then now CL is talking to him again? Like what?
もちろん人の血を吸います。
Why is it all
一度衝動
over?
に負けた神祖はあとは落ちていくだけです。
How? Why?
一度血の味を知った神祖はその衝動による痛みも倍化すると聞きます。結果としてもう二度と吸血衝動をこらえることができなくなる。
I have a feeling that you could do a comparison to a human eating a certain type of animal, and the human can get away with it scot-free, but the vampire, oh, they're doomed to suffer for all of eternity. But it's like, what about when humans crave bread? Oh, well, it doesn't hurt anybody. And it's like, okay, technically, I guess. What about when they yearn for chickens? Oh, look. Oh, yeah, huh? But, like, she's implying that true ancestors are constantly craving human blood. But like seemingly maybe all the true ancestors died because eventually they all would kill a human and then they'd go blood crazy, or maybe a human would start bleeding and then immediately that would make them want to suck their blood, maybe.
神素は極めて優れた種ですが、吸血衝動を抑えなくてはいけないため、全力を出せません。
Okay. I mean, they could just unleash their full power.
ですが落ちた神素はもう自らを束縛する必要がない。
So, I mean, they're calling them fallen. I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, going by this logic, if you're a true ancestor who hasn't fallen, you're like some sort of divine being, like an angel or something. But oh, they fell because they drank human blood once. It's like, hey, you human, if you eat ice cream once, you'll be an abomination unto all of the universe. Oops, you ate some ice cream, now you're evil beyond measure. Like, okay. So it sounds stupid. Just to be like, ooh, why can't they just, like, not kill a human ever? So I mean, apparently all the rest of the true ancestors fell, but when did this happen, you know?
あとはただ自らの快楽のために人の血を吸う怪物になる。
I mean, how much would they have to, would they just be like, they have to constantly eat or something? I mean, how would you ever kill them, though? You know, because, like, if they're crazy powerful, then it sounds like them being uncontrollably wanting to kill would just, like, how would the humans ever stop them? I think of how Arcueid looked back then, her bloodshot eyes, her wild and ragged panting, the way her breath burned against my neck. It has to be a lie. She told me herself she's terrified of drinking blood. Well, yeah, she explained it to herself. She knows that once she had a taste, she'd never be able to stop.
ただ、かろうじて救いがあるとしたら、衝動は突発的なものだということです。
Why is that a silver lining?
神祖たちは一人だけ耐えきれなくなった時のためにしもべを用意しておきます。
Wait,
それが使徒と呼ばれる者たちの始まり
A
です、
true
ね。
ancestor can keep a servant around in case they succumb to their urges. What? This is where the dead apostles get their name.
彼らはすでに死んでいる使徒。神祖たちに痛み止めとして生かされていた吸血鬼。それがこの町に救っている。使徒と区分される吸血
I
鬼の
mean,
始ま
there's
り
only
です。
23 of them, so it's not an infestation. But also, going by this logic, they're trying to say that if a true ancestor succumbs to their urges, then they just need to drink the blood of a dead apostle? But then this doesn't make sense because supposedly Arcueid is the last true ancestor. So what happened to the rest if it didn't work?
アルクエド・ブリュンスタットには
Because she doesn't need
そ
him,
の
yeah.
しもべがいない。いえ、今まで必要がなかっただけですね。神祖の中でも特別だった彼女は自らの意志だけで吸血衝動を抑えられていた。ですが、
See, they don't even know why.
それも昨夜で限
She
界を
hit
迎え
her limit. Actually, she didn't. We were just joking around, actually. So, no. But, also, So she's unique among them because she can suppress her urge? I mean, what about the rest? Yeah, again, we don't know anything about the other true ancestors, so it's weird.
吸血衝動に果てはありませんし、消えることもない。何度も抑えてきた衝動という沈殿物は、そのうち器から溢れてしまう。
Just like Shiki's urge to kill.
彼らは長く生きれば生きるほど、自らに抱えた吸血衝動を肥大化させていってしまう。
So basically, anytime she's talking like this, now imagine instead that you replace Arcueid with Shiki. Get it? The parallel.
そうして自分の力だけでは抑えきれなくなったとき、自らの衝動が自らの能力を超えてしまったとき、彼らは同族の手によって命を絶たれます。それが寿命のない彼らにとっての終わりなんです。
That's awful. They're forced to keep themselves in check, knowing full well what lies in store if they don't. Then the second they slip, reach their limit, they're put down by a friendly face. There's nothing perfect about them. That, no matter how powerful they are, they're born with a fatal flaw they can never be cured of.
いや、でもあいつは大丈夫だったよ。昨日だってすぐに元に戻ったんだ。今は俺のせいで力が弱ってるけど、怪我さえ治って力を自由に使えるようになればきっと。
So maybe they're gonna be like, actually, she'll never heal. Maybe? But why would they know?
ありえません。だって、もともと彼女は限界なんですから。
What's the start? The start of what?
彼女が誕生したのは12世紀と言われています。
Oh, okay.
いくら実際の活動時間が数年に満たないと言っても、彼女の存在、長く彼女の中にわだかまった衝動は、じき彼女自身を食い破ります。むしろ、今までよく持った方でしょう。
I don't know what she's talking about.
彼女は、アルクエイドは、もう未来のない命なんです。
Just sounds like something the church propaganda is talking about. You know, it's time to kill her. Why? Because it's time. Can you explain why? No. For the first time ever, it's not my anemia making me lightheaded. The stranger's words struck me with such force that I can hardly see straight. What the hell? So this entire time Arcueid was out here hunting vampires, even though she knew she was doomed? She's not doomed. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it can't be true, because it's not.
先輩の話は、だってさ、もう自分がダメだって分かっているやつが。
It's not about to come to an end at all.
彼女が吸血鬼を処理するのは私たちのためではありません。
See, it's her duty, just like Saber in Fate Stay Night.
役割って、そんなの。
The rest of her true ancestor brethren, maybe?
彼女以外の神祖たちでしょうね。彼女が生まれた12世紀は、最も落ちた神祖がはびこった時代です。神祖たちは、落ちた神祖も、その神祖がいたずらに増やしていく使徒も放って。
Oh man, there were so many countless dead apostles. Just ignore the 23 that we've been talking about, I guess. Maybe there was more than 23 back then. Although, why are they called 23 dead apostles now? I don't know. Why don't you just kill the dead apostles? We don't know.
その手段として、ただ殺すためだけの、それ以外のことを何も必要としない、純粋な神祖を誕生させ。
Oh, that also sounds like you, CL, because you're a church executioner. But it's weird that it says they decided to create a pure true ancestor. How did they create a true ancestor? And what do they mean by pure true ancestor? Yeah, that's weird. That's confusing.
それがアルクエイドという神祖な。彼女はミサイルみたいなもので、ひとたび城から放たれれば最後。標的になった吸血鬼は確実に滅び去ったという話です。
Thump, another wave of dizziness. Stop. Please stop talking about her like that. She can bleed. She knows pain. She feels pain. And still, she decided to help all of us. She's the kind of soft-hearted person. Quit describing her like she's some kind of weapon.
いえ、兵器なんですよ。ですから、この町に来てからの彼女はどうかしていたんでしょうね。あんなに話をする彼女を見たのは初めてです。
So how many centuries old are you, Ciel?
もともと彼女は言葉を口にすることさえなかったのですから。
When have you ever seen her talk, Ciel? Because it's like, I've never seen her talk this way. In fact, I've never seen her talk at all. But then you're saying that you saw her talk in this city. But when? Where did you see her talk? I don't know. When did you see her talk? Or maybe from a distance? Maybe she saw her from a block or two away and she saw her talking? I don't know. Yeah, see, they still don't know anything about Shiki's power. Are we talking about the same Arcueid here? The one that never knows when to shut up?
だって彼女は余分なことはしないんです。
How do you know that? Where did you learn this information?
昔から、もう何百年も昔から彼女はそうやって生きてきた。あの山間の古城に生を受けた時からずっと
An
永遠
ancient
に変わる
castle
ことなく。
tucked away in the mountains? What mountains? What castle? What? Okay, whatever, I guess. My vision clouds over as the beating of my heart echoes in my ears. What? Where is this? I see something that I shouldn't know. A memory that I'm not supposed to have. Yeah, what's going on? A paradise lost in the mountains. A field composed of dawn and the image of the inner sea. What are you talking about? Like, I actually kinda know what's happening, but this is incomprehensible. I know what the inner sea is. Nobody else would know what this means at this time. A field composed of dawn. Whatever. Okay. At the center of this castle lies a courtyard. Amidst a sea of white flowers stands a lone woman, eyes closed, adrift in a dream.
彼女には余分な知識も自由もありませんでした。
That's not true. We've already been told by her the opposite of that, but okay.
倒すべき対象が決定された時だけ外に出される。
So how many true ancestors are there right now? Because we've been told she's the last true ancestor, but then here she's only allowed outside when her target is determined. By who?
その時に応じた知識を教え込まれて確実に敵を処刑できるように。
Taught knowledge? She didn't say she was taught knowledge though. There's no one else, no one to talk to, no one to come across. But wouldn't she be able to talk to the other true ancestors?
定められた吸血鬼を殺して帰ってきた彼女は知識を洗い流されて
Is this true?
眠りにつかされます。
I feel like there's a lot of contradictory information. First of all, how would you know this information? Second of all, what are you talking about her memories being wiped? She's literally said that that's not the case. That she just forgets because it's unnecessary to remember. Like, you can say that, well, she was lying all those times, and it's like, I kind of doubt that.
何も知らないまま吸血鬼を殺すこと以外に意義を持たないよ
How would you
う
know
幽
that?
閉される。
Have you been to this supposed castle? I doubt it. She said she has nothing, not the simple joy of meeting someone's gaze, not the fulfillment of conversation with another. From the start, she was never given any choice in the matter.
彼女の力は落ちた神祖たちさえ滅ぼせるほど強力だったけれ
That's the
ど
whole point.
皮肉ですね。あまりに強大すぎる能力が災いして彼女は神祖の間でも疎まれてしまった。姫と称えていながら誰も彼女には近寄らなかった。
So why did they call her a princess? What's going on with that?
城を与えられていながら、彼女の世界は薄暗い地下室だけだった。だから、彼女に感情を与えてくれるもの
What's
は
this
どこ
about
にも
she
いな
was
かった。
given a castle? So the castle in the mountains is only for her? But where are the rest of the true ancestors?
神祖たちは兵器の手入れをするように彼女を扱った。
Yeah, you already said this
兵
part.
器に余分な機能
So
は必要ないです
they
から。
only treated her like a weapon, guys, but also her strengths was what isolated her from her own kind. You would not say that about a fucking nuclear weapon. The nuclear weapon was isolated from humankind. It just wanted to be loved along with the rest of the humans. Like what? Yeah, none dared approach her. But also, she was just a weapon, though. But none dared approach her, though. Like, okay.
パンを焼く機能も、洗濯物を洗ってくれる機能も不要です。そんな余分なものを付属させるなら、もっと兵器らしい機能を付属させるでしょ。
I was always taught never to allow myself any excess. Her tone was almost sing-song, but that explains why her eyes felt so hollow when she said she could rely only on herself. She's never needed anyone. Not that anyone was ever there. The cat's just getting in the way. She might not even have realized it.
神祖たちが彼女に求めたものは高い殺傷
We
能
know.
力ゆえに彼女は何も知らない。
We already know. You keep saying this over and over. Oh.
非人間である死とよりもっと上のモンスター。
No, that's not true.
生きている意味も意義もあの生き物には
I don't know
初
what
め
you're
から
talking
存
about.
在しない。
I don't know what that sentence means. Maybe that was once the case, but every single time I saw her, she seemed so cheerful, always laughing and smiling over the most trivial things. But I just assumed she must have always been like that. What a cruel assumption to make. All along, that girl was actually what? Was I really right before when all of this has been so much fun? I never imagined that I could be so happy just being alive. Back then, I couldn't understand what she was going on about. Yet in that twilight classroom, she tried to work through her insecurities with me, her voice hardly above a whisper.
アルクエイドは長く活動しているくせに生きるという意味合いを私たちより知り得ていない。彼女が行動を許されていたのは活動時間に換算すると驚くほど短いんです。彼女の生
Yeah, we
涯
know that
ほぼ
already.
全てが夢すら見ないようではそこに人間性など発生するはずがあ
I
り
mean,
ま
why
せん。
would we expect humanity from something that's not human? How about that for a freaking question? Also, why would you know that she doesn't dream? She doesn't even dream. Proof? Really? Just talking is plenty fun for me.
そうして落ちた真相を全て処断した後、彼女が城から出ることはなくなりまし
And
た。
yet she left it many times.
一応の目的が済んだわけですから、真祖たちも彼女にまともな教育を施
From
そう
what
と
you
したの
know?
でしょうね。
How would you know any of this? Who told you any of this? What are you talking about?
けれど彼女は自由にはなれなかった。本当に些細な間違いで城に残った真祖たちを皆殺しにしてしまったから。
I need to read this slowly. From what we know, which is nothing, the true ancestors attempted to give her a more suitable education after she'd served her purpose. A more suitable education. But it was not to be. Her freedom never came, even though she has freedom right now, but okay. The smallest mistake spurred her to slaughter every single true ancestor within the castle. Why? What? What? I hope we get more information about that. That's hard to believe. Oh, I see. Her entire life she'd been raised to kill vampires, so she dutifully fulfilled her orders until no more remained. Yeah, I'm sure that she couldn't see the difference between vampires that were crazy and vampires that weren't crazy, but yeah, whatever. Until only she was left.
同族であり親である神祖たちを処断した後、彼女は自分から城に閉じこもりました。
Yeah, just calling her a weapon is a bizarre thing, especially considering that right now she's killing. Wait, what about Roa? Yeah, there's something going on here. This is suspicious. Because then, where does Roa come into this? Why does she have such hatred for Roa? Her hatred for Roa completely makes everything that was said here not make sense. It's like, oh, she's just a killing machine. She has no emotions. She embraces her memories every time. She has no state of being. She's barely ever awake. She has no desires. And it's like, what about her intense hatred of Roa? What?
もう誰もいなくなった神祖たちの城の玉座。城壁から伸びた千の鎖につながれて、ロアという吸血鬼が転生するたびに眠りから覚めて
Explain the Roa
わず
part.
かな間だけ活動する。
It sounds almost as if Roa killed the true ancestors. And that she's trying to kill Roa out of revenge. Sure sounds like that's what's going on. Prove me wrong. She lived in such a fixed preordained world. A world where she never got to speak a single word is... For some reason that's the assumption here, but okay. That's the truth based on nothing. Woman born to be an executioner. No other true ancestors remain. Huh? What? Where are they pulling this dialogue from? It is the only thing that can bring her joy. First of all, she's lit. Okay. First of all, she said that she never felt joy before, maybe she said she never felt joy, period. But also she said that she never felt joy more or less until Shiki killed her. But then here, this all-knowing bitch says, oh, she only knows joy when she kills. Prove it. You got it wrong. That isn't what makes her happy. You guys are fucking ridiculously wrong. How didn't I pick up on this before? She always spoke so cheerfully and smiled so radiantly. If only I'd looked more closely, I would have noticed what? I would have seen just how lonely she'd been up to now. The fun of talking nonsense with someone until you lose all sense of time. The satisfaction you get from spending an entire day doing nothing, which most people take for granted. It's the little things in life, the trivial everyday moments that make her truly happy. I mean, you could say the same thing about humans, but okay. The worst thing is, I don't think she even realizes what a ridiculous and sad life she's been leading. I can't accept that this is what her life was like. It's just far too unfair, like some cruel joke. Back then, I barely scraped together half an answer, and for the rest of my life, I might find myself pondering that same question. But at the very least, I've figured out what I want to do right now. She doesn't need to find joy from the mundane things in life. All I have to do is make her see that happiness is only a hand's grasp away. Then I'm sure she'd... Imagine if this led to a dead end. The unfamiliar third year shakes me from my thoughts. This is Shikitono's reality now. And though it took me far too long to get here, I finally managed to clear my head. Nope.
先輩が話してたようにも聞こえたし、他の誰かが話してるようにも聞こえてました。
The girl sighs and nods with a hint of understanding. Sure.
つまりです。
もういいですよ。アルクエイドが何をしていようが、どんなにめちゃくちゃなやつだろうが、もう どうでもいいんです。
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
そもそもあいつを殺したのは俺なんだし。俺はちゃんと。
So did you guys know that I killed her? They keep it's almost like they keep ignoring whenever I say that I killed her. That's the only thing I want to do right now. I don't want her to be alone anymore.
そうですか。ですが、それは本当にあなたが負うべき責任なんですか?
To be honest, it isn't on me, no matter how much I might protest otherwise. I understand why this girl is telling me I should remain impartial. Am I really fighting Arcueid's enemy to save the city? Yes. It sounds so nice when it's put like that, but I know that isn't the truth. What I'm actually doing is killing a complete stranger on Arcueid's behalf. I mean, you could say that about Vlov, but alright. Good question, but... I shift my gaze up. In front of me are the bouquet of flowers left as an offerings to the dead. When I look behind me, the city looks as it always has, alive and well. Ah, a wave of dizziness sweeps over me. It's all so bright. Everything I couldn't save, and everything that she risked her life to protect. A place of happiness that should be cherished and safeguarded above all else. I'm so pathetic. But
俺に
she's
は
just...
そういうものと同じぐらい。いや、それ以上にあいつのことが大切なんだ。あいつが人間なんて気にしない吸血鬼だって言うのなら、俺は吸血鬼なんて気にしない殺人鬼でいい。
I know that's a terrible thing for someone to boldly proclaim. I'd be no different from Vlavaroa, a disgrace to humanity for some reason. But if it'll let me stay with Arcueid, I'll do it.
呆れました。ここまで言っても無駄な人とは思いませんでした。
申し訳ありません。頑固なのは妹譲りらしくて。
妹さんね。まあいいですけど、せっかくですからおまけの忠告です。一度吸血衝動を抑えられなかった審査は立ち直れない。もし彼女があなたの前に払われたとしたら、
Is she even aware that I have already seen her
あなた
again?
の血を吸いに来たということです。
It's so weird how clueless all these church people are. It's like, if you see them, oh, they're nothing but a killer. She'll kill you. And it's like, actually, I was about to kill her. And then, if you see her again, she'll drain you dry. I actually saw her last night. And she didn't kill me. I don't doubt that she believes full-heartedly in what she's saying. What I know about Arcueid is just as true.
そんなことはないですよ。だってあいつはまだ血を吸ってないんだから。
Yeah, they're not acknowledging that.
ノエルが止めていなければ。
But she didn't.
だって止まったんだ。あいつは大丈夫だったんだよ。だから誰が邪魔をしなくて。
That's right. Arcueid would have stopped herself just in time.
つける薬がありません。
You're
そろそろ飛行機
stupid.
の
Yeah,
時
I know.
間ですので失礼します。うるさい上司が来て左遷されてしまったので。
Shunt me back home. Why? There, like, literally no progress has been made. The true ancestor isn't dead. Roa isn't dead. Also, CL is claiming that it's so confusing because she's claiming that Arcueid has fallen or whatever, but then she's leaving the city, and it's like, what? What? Because if she had actually fallen, then wouldn't like all of the church gather here to kill her? Because she's so powerful, right? But like, oh, she's a lost cause. Anyway, I'm gonna leave and not do my job, you know? She walks past me. In the end, we never made eye contact, nor did she mention her name. Without another word, she passes me by.
あ、でも一つだけ俺からも質問です。どうして俺だけ先輩を覚えていたんですか？
Because we allowed you to, or maybe your eyes or something. I may not remember her name anymore, but I definitely remember her.
そんなの単に消し忘れただけですよ。
How do you erase memories? But I think that maybe mages... I mean, she's not a mage, but I guess she's a mage. I mean, when could have she erased my memories? I think the reason why she forgot or whatever that she didn't is because he wasn't at school enough for her to do that.
それもこれでおしまいですけどね。
But it's also weird. When did you do that? When did you have time to erase everybody's memories that you have ever known here? You know? The flowers sway gently in the breeze. When I turn to look, I see the back of someone who was once my upperclassman, but I remember neither her face nor her name. Her footsteps fade into the distance. With one last bow before the rebel, I head back to where I'm supposed to be. So, this did go the way I expected, because I was like, well, we have to know about Arcueid's backstory, but how would we ever learn about that? Because, you know, obviously she's not going to talk about it herself, and then, yeah, she didn't talk about it herself, did she? I make my way to the mansion. I decide not to drop by Arcueid's apartment. There's no way she'd be there anyway. Besides, I have other things to attend to. Actually, it's funny that he says there's no way she'd be there, considering, like, where else would she be? But, yeah, sure. She'd want to hide from him. I'll go looking for Arcueid later. I assume this is the last day before big stuff happens. Roa could show up, though. I guess we'll see.
お帰りなさいませ、四季様。
Hisui greets me upon my return.
ただいま。いつもありがとう、翡翠。
I express my sincere gratitude. Hisui's probably been waiting for me every single day. I've been running so ragged that I've never paused to consider the problems I've caused for her. So I wanted to come home before sundown at least once. You've done that more than once, actually. Or maybe only one other time. To allow her to properly carry out her duties. Maybe it was when Arcueid showed up that one time. I don't know. After eating dinner with Sakiha, I head for my room. At least for tonight, I played the part of the perfect brother. I even managed to hold a decent conversation with Sakiha and the Kohaku compared to usual anyway. As soon as I get back to my room, I gather up my things. There isn't much, mostly school supplies, really. My knife, which I've grown rather fond of, is already safely tucked away in my pocket. After giving my room a quick clean, I take a deep breath. I also want to mention, so there is a sequel to this game, and that one is called The Other Side of Red Garden. That one, I was wondering, it's like, which roots do this one have? And it has Akiha, Hisui, and Kohaku roots. There's also another root, or a mini root or something, with Yumizuka, I guess. But we don't know what that is exactly. Wait a second. I'm just wondering, like, how long it'll be before the other one comes out. 'Cause I thought it came out for, saw it came out in Japan. Hmm. Hmm. I think since there's no American version yet, it's like impossible to know, I guess, maybe. Yeah, all these ones talk about like, oh, this is the progress from 1 or 2 years ago. But nothing about like, well, but when did it release, you know? Yeah, no real info. After giving my room a quick clean, I take a deep breath. I didn't think I'd be saying goodbye to a room twice in such a short span of time. Okay, I fully intend to return, but I'm covering my bases. It doesn't hurt to show my gratitude now, just in case this is a one-way trip. I turn off the lights. The clock reads 9:30. It's a perfect time for me to leave the mansion. Okay. It's a little before 10 when I arrive at the park. There's not a single soul to be found. Taking a seat on the bench, I count the ticking of the clock while I wait for Arcueid. For a moment, I consider roaming the city in search of her again, but that would be an exercise in futility, even though you've literally done that the previous night. If she wants to avoid me, I won't find her, let alone catch her. We did make a promise, after all, that we'd meet here. There's still time to fulfill that promise tonight. I won't fail to keep my word again, and if Arcueid cares enough too, then she'll be here. Having faith and waiting for her is the best I can do right now. Time passes. The hands on the clock steadily carve away the hours. The wait is suffocating. Did it say hours? Shouldn't it say minutes? My body can't stand even another second. What am I doing? What am doing? Sitting here like some lawn ornament. I should be out there looking for her. In stark contrast to my body, my mind remains calm. I look up at the night sky and the brilliant moon. It's awfully quiet, as if this world is composed solely of me and her. If I can wait under these circumstances, nothing will deter me. I'll stay as long as it takes. I'll happily suffocate if necessary. The moon was so bright before, but now its gentle glow is fading. There's only 3 hours left till dawn. Okay, so it was hours. Once the sun rises, it'll all be over. It would mean that the nights Arcueid and I spent happily hunting down vampires are behind us for good. Not that I can do anything about that now. A pitiful sigh escapes my lips. I'm not sure if I should laugh or just wallow in despair. Either way, there's not much else I can do. That's when I spot a sliver of white in the shadows. She must believe she's hidden, but she's tragically unsuited for stealth.
Oi, もう3時だぞ。いつまで待たせるんだ、バカ。
Or maybe it's going to be the villain. I'll call out from my spot on the bench. Okay, I guess it's her. A surprised gasp betrays her cover. Arcueid reveals herself a few seconds later. She's like a startled rabbit in a snowy field. Arcueid doesn't say a word. She won't meet my eye or get any closer either.
Arcueid.
I say her name, but she doesn't acknowledge me. It's a struggle to find the words. Everything I thought of earlier vanished the second I saw her. Shit, what can I even say to get her smiling again? I'm scared that anything I tell her will only make her more sad. Time feels like it's slowing down, stretching into eternity. Yet the hands of a clock would say hardly a moment has passed. When Arcueid looks up, she flinches, like she were looking into a bright light.
四季、いつまでも帰らないんだもの。放っておけなくて来ちゃったわ。本当はこのまま部屋に帰ろうって思ってたのに。
Her voice trembles a little here and there, but she seems more like her cheerful self from before.
そりゃ帰らないよ。お前はもう会わないとか言ってたけど、それとこれとは別問題だろ。ここで待ち合わせるのが俺たちの約束だ。一緒に吸血鬼を倒してくれるんだろ。
So please stop looking at me like that. If you don't, I won't be able to refrain from grabbing you with everything I've got.
信じられない。まだそんなこと言ってるの？
ああ。アルクエイドとの約束は破らないって言っただろ。今夜はまだお前の手助けをしていない。
いいよ。もうそんなのはいいの。四季は一人で帰って。ドアのことなら私が何とかしてみせるから。
いいって何がいいんだ、アルクエイド。
言うまでもないでしょ。やっぱり私は吸血鬼で四季は人間だっていうことよ。私は四季に助けてもらう資格なんてなかった。協力なんて求めてはいけなかった。そんなことにも気づかないままで、私はあと少しであなたを台無しにしてしまうところだった。だから。
It's fine, she mutters under her breath. I fight back the urge to yell at her. That ship sailed a long time ago. I knew what I was in for the second I told her I'd help out. I knew, and I still promised to help out. So I refused to let it end like this.
アルクエイド、ここでのことなら気にする必要はないだろう。お前は体が弱ってて、ただ疲れていただけなんだ。俺はバカだからさ。お前の嘘に気づいてやれなかった。お前を苦しめてたのは体の傷なんかじゃなくて吸血衝動ってやつだったんだろ。
あいつら埋葬期間はいつからそんなにおしゃべりになったのかしらね。
Arcueid sighs, looking more exhausted than upset.
ああ、話は全部聞いた。全部聞いた上ではっきり言ってやる。お前には問題なんてないよ、アルクエイド。今は苦しいけど何日かすれば元に戻るんだろ
う。I wonder.
なら気にする必要はない。それにあの夜だってあんなに苦しそうだったのにちゃんと我慢できたじゃないか。だから大丈夫だよ。これからも今までみたいにやっていける。
Arcueid smiles, weak and wary.
四季は全然分かってない。無理なのよ。こうなっちゃったら。私は今でも四季の血が欲しいと思っているんだから。
I feel like getting your blood. That's all there is to it. Boom, I need your blood now, even though I did drink your blood though.
思ってるだけだろ。なら気合い入れて我慢しろ。
Tough it out.
今までだって
Deal with it.
そうやって頑張ってきたんじゃないのか、お前は。
そうよね。今までそうやって自分を抑えてきた。いえ、抑えてこれた。けどもうダメみたい。私は浅はかで吸血鬼殺しだけが私の意味なのに余分なことをたくさんしちゃった。何も知らなければ何かを欲しいだなんて思うこともなかった。四季なんかに頼らず自分だけで敵を追っていればよかった。そうすれば一人で何もかも片付けられたのに。
Damn it, I just don't know how to deal with her. I'm the worst. I'm so mad. It makes me want to cry. She should have done it all alone? I'm not sure if she's lying to herself or just putting on a brave face, but who does she think she's fooling with that miserable expression?
頭くれ。いい加減にしろ、この最上級バカ女!
I'm at my limit. I jump up from the bench and yell at her.
最上級バカって言った今。
ああ、気に食わなければ惑星級でも銀河級でも何でも付け足してやる。ふざけやがって。何が自分だけで敵を追ってればよかっただ。一人じゃ無理だから。一人じゃできないことがあるって気づいたから俺に手を貸せって言ったんだろ。なら俺が助ける。何があってもお前が何でも関係ない。俺はずっとお前を助けるから。
For your own sake.
二度ともういいなんて言わないでくれ。
Not when you finally found that little bit of happiness in your life. You can't just give up on that so easily.
シキ、あなた泣いてるの？
わけないだろ。なんで俺がお前のために泣かなくちゃいけないんだ。
And even if I were, there'd be tears of rage. My emotions must be out of whack from all that nonsense Arcueid keeps spouting.
もうとにかく吸血鬼探しは続けるからな。ロアとかいうやつを殺せばお前だって休めるんだろ。そうすれば万事解決だ。問題なんて一つもない。
Keep my back to her so she can't see me tearing up. Arcueid quietly listens, a terrible calm in her eyes, before shaking her head.
でもやっぱりダメなんだ、シキ。あの時シキの首筋に触れた時、シキは私は我慢できていたと言ってくれたけど、私は一瞬だけ止まったのはシキが私を怖がったから。私今まで何人もの人間に怖がられてきた。だから自分に向けられる剣王の念なんてもう何も感じなくなってた。でもおかしいよね。シキが私をそういう風に見るのだけはすごく嫌だったんだ。私はどうあってもシキにとって化け物なのに。
She laughs. A dry, forced laugh.
俺は怖がってなんかいない。あれはいきなりのことだったから驚いて。
It's a lie. A lie so obvious it wouldn't even fool me. With a pained expression, Arcueid refuses to look me in the eye. Here I go again, ignoring what Master once taught me. If you tell a lie that can't even fool yourself, you'll just hurt the other person.
私が一瞬だけ止まったのはそのせい。シキにそんな目で見られるのが怖かった。この先もあんな目で見られたら私はきっと壊れてしまう。だからシキとはもう会えないって思ったの。それがきっとお互いのためなんだって。待っていてくれてありがとう、シキ。でも待ち合わせはここで終わり。私たちきっと慣れ合いすぎたのよ。
I'm really thrown off by how this is like just the same situation from the last two times, kinda. She turns her back to me so as to avoid my gaze. I mean, then she could just run away right now. She might be right. If we hadn't gotten this close, then none of this would have happened. I could have returned to my day-to-day routine, and Arcueid would have gone back to being alone. Then neither of us would have to worry for the other.
そうだな。 慣れ合いすぎた。けど俺はそれでいいと思うよ。だっていつまでも一人きりは寂しいだろ。
Arcueid doesn't answer, but I notice the slightest tremor in her shoulders.
町のことは心配しないで。私は絶対にロアを殺す。相打ちになっても必ず仕留める。だから式はもういいの。この町はすぐに元の形に戻って心配するようなことはなくなるから。
Though I can't see her face, her voice still lacks her usual cheer. I can't stand it anymore. I've tried to be mature about this, but even I have my limits.
俺が心配してんのはそんなことじゃない。
I close in on Arcueid. She looked like she might run away at any moment, so I placed my hand on her shoulder and spun her around before she could find the chance.
はっきり言わなくちゃわかんないんなら口にする。いいか。俺が手助けをすると言ったのは町を騒がしている吸血鬼を倒すためじゃない。自分が住んでいる町を守るとかそんなご大層な理由なんて本当はなかったんだ。
It's the first time I'm admitting it out loud. All the cards are on the table, but it's a truce, plain and simple.
単純にお前が好きだから、お前の力になりたかったから協力するって言ったんだ。それを今さらなかったことになんてできない。
I say it as it is, and throw my arms around her trembling body. I don't sense any resistance in her voice, but she's stunned, frozen in my embrace.
俺の血を欲しいと思っているのならそれでいい。
The weirder part, though, is that technically him becoming a dead apostle would not be, like, exactly the worst thing, technically? Technically. I mean, partly because, like, well, he wouldn't die, so that's good, you know? Yeah, I guess that's the only thing. And he could be with Arcueid. The gentle brush of her breath makes my throat seize up.
痛い。腕痛いよ。
Her voice caresses my ear in a way that makes my heart leap.
そんなものホワイトだ。だってそれなら。
I send a longing glance at her way, an illicit confession of a desire best
俺だっ
unsaid.
てずっとお前が欲しいって思ってた。こうしている今もアルクエイドの心音を聞いて気が狂いそうなくらい欲情してる。
Thump. My arms are wrapped firmly around her, our chests pressed close. I feel the drumming of her heart.
違うよ、シキ。それはただこの瞬間だけ私に気が触れてるだけだもの。
それでもいい。今アルクエイドを愛してるならそれが塔の式の真実だ。その後のことなんて知らない。それとも俺のこと嫌いか。
Thump. The sound of my heart. I can't wait till I don't have to say thump anymore. The sound of my heart thumping, then freezing with trepidation.
ダメ。その質問には答えられない。
My heart stops for just a second, but then, as if something might anguish, my arms coil around me. She's gentle at first, then she grips me tighter and tighter, squeezes me with both arms, holding me just as desperately as I hold her. The embrace lasts only a moment. I'm not sure who broke away first. I think we both pulled away at the same time so that we might look at each other again. Arcueid's eyes are downcast, her cheeks tinted a deep red. A wave of relief rushes through my veins. She's here, with me. There's no way we'll be torn apart again.
やっとアルクエイドを捕まえた。
The romantic situation, I guess.
正直に言うと、ずっと怖かった。俺はあの時、お前にひどいことをした。ここで約束を守ると信じながら、もう会えないとも思ってたんだ。
Her hair sways gently. She raises her head as if to say something, but then lowers it again after meeting my eye, her cheeks even redder than before.
ダメだよ、シキ。あのことは忘れましょうって言ったのに。
Her voice trails off weakly. She's been so concerned about me, she's avoiding what happened in the alley. And here I am, still being inconsiderate.
悪い。俺がバカだった。これじゃあ、お前のことを怒鳴る資格なんかないよな。
そうじゃなくて、責任があるとしたら、それは私の方。だから忘れてって言ったのに。
You can't be serious. You can't make that face and then ask me to forget. If anything, I'll never forget this moment. You must be a devil to ask that, never mind a vampire.
違うよ。俺が悪いと言ってるのは、昨べのことじゃない。俺がバカだって言っているのは、忘れるべきことをどうしても忘れられないからだし。
シキ？
今日だって朝からずっとお前のことを考えてた。お前に会えたらなんて謝ってなんて言ったらいいだろうってずっと考えてた。なのにお前に謝りたいと思いながら、俺はあの時のことが頭から離れなかった。もう一度、もっともっとアルクエイドに触れたいってバカみたいに思ってた。
Arcueid looks away. I can barely face her myself, especially after blurting all that out. Still, it was the truth. It wasn't her mystic eyes that enthralled me. Just seeing her drives me crazy, even now. She doesn't respond. Both of us are waiting for the other to break the silence.
本当のことを言えばね。
Her voice is a little shaky. She confesses with reddened cheeks and a hint of embarrassment in her voice.
私だって忘れられなかったよ、シキ。
At last she meets my eyes. Oops. Caught up in the moment, I ended up hugging her real hard again. But who can blame me? If I had the wherewithal to hold back after seeing her make that face, I might as well stop calling myself a sentient being. Though I will admit it was a little abrupt.
ごめん。いきなり抱きついた。
I remind myself to restrain the feral beast within. Arcueid giggles softly against my chest. She wraps her arms around my back again, comfortably resting her weight against me.
シキってすごいね。
Her arms give me a gentle squeeze. The sensation is enough to make me melt.
すごいって具体的には？
すごく乱暴。今まで出会ったどんな人より野蛮で笑っちゃった。
Oh, sorry. I'm working on it.
でもおかしいね。殺した男と殺された女がこうして抱き合ってるなんて。
I notice that Arcueid trembles as she whispers the words. Could her wounds still hurt?
大丈夫か、アルク？
多分嬉しいんだと思う。いろんな感情が溢れてきて、体がポワッとして、方が自分のものじゃないみたい。自分が今どんな顔をしているかわからないくらいに。
So it reminds me that she has called herself a half-true ancestor. And it reminds me that supposedly, she killed all the true ancestors because they made one tiny mistake or something. Now, going by that, that would almost imply that, like, she saw them as vampire, like she viewed vampires or true ancestors the same way that true ancestors viewed humans, kind of thing. But even going by that explanation, well, it wouldn't really. Well, it's just funny because like they're like she's dangerous to humans, but like I have to question whether she actually would make a dead possible if she drank somebody's blood. I wonder. Like now it's even more confusing. Like if all you did was treat her like a true ancestor, then maybe it would make sense. But I don't even know if you should be treating her like that now. It's even more confusing. Because I think she... Well, again, it's like they created her. But then they said that she was a pure true ancestor? I don't know what that means. Just a lot of bullshit of people making up stuff and... I heard this lore one time. How? Where? I'm not gonna tell you. Like, okay.
ねえ、式なら私がどんな顔をしているかわかるかな？
無茶言うな。抱き合ったまま顔を見られるもんか。でも
Adjust my grip slightly, just enough to hold her tight.
でもきっと同じ顔をしていると思う。俺もさっきから頬がバカみたいに緩みっぱなしだ。
Our bodies pressed together, we share a laugh, a joy far stronger than simple desire floods my chilled body with warmth.
ねえ、式。
She whispers into my ear, a gentle, almost sleepy sound.
私を守ってくれるのなら、今夜は帰ってほしくない。
She nuzzles her face into my shoulder. There's only 1 hour left till dawn. When morning comes, our time together will be up. I know how she feels. I can't stand to be apart from her either. I mean, he already packed his stuff, so yeah, you just go to her apartment. Arcueid's room hasn't changed a bit. We're the ones who've changed. I can just make out Arcueid moving behind me. My emotions are running wild. My body is urging me to turn around and pull her into my arms again. My thoughts, on the other hand, are surprisingly calm. I don't understand it very well. Maybe love is just that, a strange balance between sanity and insanity.
Arcueid.
I'm about to turn and face her. But just before I do, I feel the light touch of her fingers against my back.
振り向かないで。しばらくこのままでいて。
Her voice is calm. Her palm lies flat against my back, unmoving, as if she were checking something.
ねえ、式。私が初めてあなたを待っていた時のこと覚えてる？
覚えてるよ。自分が殺した相手がニコニコ顔で待ち伏せてたんだ。忘れられるわけないだろ
う。あの時ね、私あなたのことがすごく憎かった。
Despite the subject matter, her voice is gentle and sweet.
もう自分でも吸血衝動は抑えられないと分かっていて。
See, that's the weird part. Them being like, she can't contain the thirst for much longer, and it's like, why does anybody know this? This is something only she would know. Yet somehow the church knows she's about to not be able to hold back any longer, guys. And it's like, what? Also, how long were the true ancestors alive before she was born? You know, she was born in like the 12th century. Well, it's not like the true ancestors were only 800 years old, right? Or what? Like, is it that like a true ancestor normally could only live 500 years before their bloodlust overcame them or something? Maybe before this, maybe.
きっとこれが最後のチャンスだって覚悟してロアを追いかけて、ようやく見つけたと思った時に見ず知らずの誰かに殺されて何もかも壊されてしまった。あの時の私にはただ憎しみしかなかった。そうして自分を殺した誰かを探し出してあなたが来るのをね、あの道でずっと待っていたの。早く来なさい。 私に気がついた瞬間に寸分たがわず同じ目に合わせてあげるからって。本当にあなたのことが憎かった。憎くて憎くて胸が張り裂けそうになるくらいずっと待ち続けていた。
Her fingers clutch the back of my shirt.
クエド。
でもね、私をあんな風に殺した相手なんて今までいなかった。少しだけどんなやつなんだろうって興味もあった。それにあんな風に誰かを強く思うなんてこと今までなかった。
Exactly what I expected.
初めはただ憎しみしかなかった。けどあなたはどんな人間なのかなって思った時、くるって反転しちゃった。もう1秒でも早く会いたくなった。私をあんな風に殺したやつ、私が初めて自分を見失うぐらいにずっと思い続けている誰かに。シキ、さっき言ったよね。一人は寂しいだろうって。私そんなことはないと思ってた。けどあんなにも苦しく誰かを思ってあなたを今か今かと待ち続けた時の気持ちはすごく幸せだった。本当は今すぐにでも会いに行きたいけど我慢してあなたがやってくるのを待っていてよかった。あの時間は楽しかったよ。すごくドキドキしてシキがどんな人なんだろうって勝手に想像したりもした。
Arcueid, and then he arrived and ran away screaming like a baby. Arcueid pulls her hand
思
away.
えばね、その時から私は誰かを必要としてしまって一人の自分を物足りなく感じてしまった。シキは私のことを好きだって言ってくれたけど、私はシキに会う前からあなた自身に恋をしてたんだなって。
Her voice is so precious. There's no need for me to hold back any longer. I spin around and pull her into my arms. Okay. Well, if that's not the true ending, I don't know what is. But then again, it's not like there was that many choices, were there? Our lips meet. I'm not sure which one of us sought out the other first, but it's a tender embrace. Our lips are joined, like we're trying to sense each other's very being. I cease breathing as I drink her in. Her lips are soft beyond imagination. It's hard to fathom that we're connected like this. The thought alone is enough to send my mind into meltdown, though her actual touch is nothing but warm and inviting. She trembles ever so slightly, yet she doesn't seem the least bit afraid. With her closed eyes and cherry-red cheeks, she's the epitome of beauty. The kiss is warm enough to take my breath away. I was already head over heels for her. I never imagined that one kiss could make me love her so much more than I already did. We slowly part, our arms still carefully wrapped around one another. Our eyes peer into each other's depths.
今のキスだったね。
Her brilliant crimson eyes peer up at me. Wisps of golden hair trace her
アルクエ
movements.
ド、こういうの嫌か？
私すごくドキドキしてる。
Thump. Sure enough, it beats loud enough for me to hear, and the sound is only matched by my own.
でもちょっと困っちゃった。私いいのかなって。
いいのかなって。
だってね、シキ、唇を重ね合ったりする吸血鬼なんていないよ。
My cheeks go red. She says it with a shy, teasing giggle. Just like that, it's checkmate. I'm totally defeated. I forget about everything. I even forget who I am. All that matters is the two of us falling onto the bed in a tight embrace. I reach for her hair, for her bare flesh, but I restrain myself just in time. 'Cause I'm so edgy. Oh man, I'm on the verge of hyperventilating. I can't make the same mistake again. No matter how much I want her, I can't let my own selfish desires take control. Arcueid looks up from underneath me.
いいよ、シキ。 あの時の続きしよう。
Her eyes glimmer with adoration and joy, seeming to offset any nerves she might be feeling. My breast meets hers. Our flesh melds together as one. Arousal and passion lay bare body and soul. As though we're assuring ourselves of the affection in our hearts, we seek each other out, hungrily at times, gently at others. Okay. With a deep breath, I collapse into the bed sheets. For someone who never dreams, this is what I imagine it must be like. So I forgot that he doesn't dream also. And they also said that she doesn't dream. There's just so many parallels that they're throwing around in here. It's just really funny when they're like, she's a monster. She could kill someone at any time. And Shiki's like, we're talking about Arcueid, right? Because everything that you're saying is so bad about Arcueid is literally just me. Arcueid lies asleep next to me. Her fingers are still laced with mine, clutching my hand with a content look on her face. I feel a little bashful thinking about what we've just done. But having made love to her, I can't say I have a single regret. Except maybe, I wish I had kept it together. If I had been more in control of everything, I could have savored the warmth of her skin and the flush in her face. I'm not sure if I'll be able to keep a cool head around Arcueid in the future. Even now, I was so enraptured by her, I can barely remember what we did. All I remember is that it felt impossibly good. So good it left me exhausted beyond belief. I don't think I could get up from the bed if I tried. Wah. Biting back a yawn, I watch over Arcueid's sweet visage. I really love her, and to think she actually reciprocated my one-sided feelings. Our forms of love might be different, but at the very least I know Arcueid needs me too. That alone is enough to fill me with joy, not just because I wanted, but because Arcueid, who has always been alone, decided she needed me. So does the villain show up now, or what? My consciousness starts to fade. Looks like I've just about reached my limit. I settle into the bedsheets, take a deep breath, and allow myself to drift into a deep, peaceful sleep. And then the bad stuff begins. At some point while I'm sleeping, I dream that Arcueid wakes up before me. She fidgets quietly as if planning some clandestine mischief. I ask her what she's doing. Not so much awake as half asleep. Thanks to you, my body isn't really responding to my brain right now. Arcueid giggles girlishly. It is a bit strange that I can see her with my eyelids closed, but she looks happy, so I don't linger on the details. What's up? I ask her again. I'm sure she's tired too. It'd be better to rest till night. What's a full-fledged vampire exactly mean anyway? What a weird thing to ask. It's not like it'll happen anyway. She's terrified of drinking blood. Stop that. It won't happen. Besides, I already told you that I don't like what ifs. Right. I think you said something like that before. Arcueid?
こんな気持ちを持たせてくれて、それを言葉として伝えさせてくれるなんて、本当に優しかった。
What's happening? Is she crying?
それじゃあ、シキが目を覚ます前に行くね。面と向かってさよならが言えないから、これで許して。
She's disappearing again for no reason. Faintly, I can make out the click of the door. I'm still asleep, but the sound echoes through the haze. This is getting a little obnoxious, but okay. My eyes come open. Dazzling sunlight shimmers through the curtains. I check the clock and realize it's a little after noon. It's... oh yeah, that's right. It's Saturday. Well, no, it's still school, yeah. I jump up from bed and quickly realize that today is a Saturday. Well, it's a little funny, though, because as far as I'm aware, they do have school on Saturdays. I don't have to go to school today, though if I'm to be concerned about anything, it's that I stayed over at Arcueid's place without saying a word to anyone at the mansion. Come to think of it, I had a strange dream. In it, I was talking to Arcueid, and she gave me a kiss at the end. The fact that I had such a self-indulgent dream while Arcueid is asleep right next to me is further proof that I'm drowning in happiness. Oh, she's gone! Oh my gosh! I turn around to look at the bed. My sentence cuts short. I stare at the bed in stunned confusion. There's no one there. Arcueid is gone. I'd better get going. I remember now. That's what she told me in my dream. I quickly search the apartment. She's nowhere to be found. I only find one thing out of place. A single note left on the table. Is this some sort of joke? The note is short. Bye. Nothing else. Nani? I don't want to believe it, but I can't help but understand why she did it. This isn't right. Bye? That's all? It's way too simple. Didn't we make a promise? Didn't we agree to see this through together? I said I would help. So why? Why did you decide to go it alone again? Crumpling the note in my fist, I cry out with all my might. Again, worth noting that only he can kill Roa. Only a few seconds later, I run out of her room like a madman to scour the town in search of her. Just run, just keep running. Yeah, I'm surprised that he doesn't have school on Saturday. Maybe it depends on the time period or the school? I don't know. Really? He ran around for like 6 or more hours or something? I can't find her anywhere. I know she'll never show her face before me again. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. This will drive me mad. I need to track her down, to yell at her for being such a huge idiot, but I can't find her. And now I'll never see her again unless I just search for Roa and then I'll find her. I'm hit with the somber realization that it's all over. She'll take on Roa by herself, and when all that is settled, she'll disappear forever. It's possible she may have already done so, in which case she's long since left the city. It's weird that they're like, maybe Roa's dead already. Just before the insanity sets in, I can only think of one thing. The awful screech of cicadas echo in my ears. I'm the cicada's husk. My body is light, hollow, incapable of all thought. Is this what it's like when your soul leaves your body? I can't even cry, but the legs attached to this empty shell still walk, like an animal relying on its homing instinct. Though nothing remains within me, my body guides itself back to its den. Which is its den? It really shouldn't be the mansion. Just want to mention that. End of the night, probably, because technically it's the next day also. At this point, if we're being exact, it's been day 12 for the last 2 hours of game time. But anyway, I don't know. Well, I guess since they're so close to each other, we'll just go with this one. So what's 12? The witching hour? Oh gosh, okay. I'm just thinking about witch on the holy night. It's like, oh, don't worry about it, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd say that there's only, yeah, like, yeah, I'd be surprised if there was more than day 13. Well, like, day 12 and 13 for the finale, and then 14 for the epilogue, maybe. Unfortunately, I think I got to stop there. Yeah, look at how short this was. It was crazy short. Yeah, there wasn't any choices. Okay. Yeah, I was like, that was weird. How did I finish so quickly? Like, it ended up working out really well, considering I was like, oh man, I really want to finish this in 2 to 3 hours. Perfect timing. Day 14. Day 14? Day 14? This is confusing. Because this is night 12. This is 12. But then this is 14. So is this... Wait, 12... So this would be Monday morning? She's probably struggling to find Roa. That's my best guess. Well... I think... I'll go back and at least... check out these answers, these answers, yeah, that one, and that one. I'll just do those off screen. They shouldn't be important. But yeah, hopefully. Okay, so I was planning to do this. Man, it was very hard to predict what was going to happen in these last 2 days of streams. Because I was planning to finish it up tonight, but like I think we have at least 5 to 10 more hours or something. Like, oh my gosh. I mean, there's still his whole backstory to go over. I mean, it seems like I figured out the bones of the plot. Being that Roa is Shiki's brother, and that the brother awakened and became a vampire? No. Well, he awakened somewhat, and then tried to hurt Akiha, and then Shiki killed him. But then it's confusing because, like, how did Shiki kill him without killing him, right? So, and like, yeah, what happened to him afterward? So yeah, I got the bones of it. You know, we know that there's another Shiki brother that the game likes to ignore. But yeah, not much more. Yeah, and now that I know that the other side of Red Garden, the sequel to this, is going to have an Akiha route, because I wasn't sure. Like, are they going to have an Akiha route? It feels too much almost. Because it just, I don't know. It feels like Akiha is like the major side character. So like a route entirely dedicated to her feels like really crazy to me. But unfortunately, I don't know if I'll be able to get to this tomorrow. I have one thing I desperately need to do because I have to leave tomorrow night. There's one thing though that's due for me tomorrow. If I can finish that, maybe I'll have time to finish this tomorrow. But that's assuming that it's only going to be like 5 to 7 hours. Like, oh, yeah, I can finish it if it's 5 to 7 hours. But no, I mean, probably not though, because like that's probably going to take me like 6 hours to do. We'll see. But at worst, I might try to stream. No, I can't stream this. That's right. Yeah, I can't stream for the next week because my microphone situation and also my Wi-Fi situation is almost assuredly going to be bad too. So if I stream, I'm not going to have audio or voice audio. So I might play like Castlevania or something, but we'll see. I mean, I think that that's a pretty good point to stop, though, considering, or to wait, considering I do want the next stream to be like the finale. But like I said, like if it's gonna take 10 hours, like technically I can do a 10-hour stream, but I mean it depends how much work I have and stuff. So it seems pretty unlikely, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, see you next time. Thanks for watching. See ya.